Welcome to day 2.
Yeah.
I'm Janna Matthews.
I'm Karla Jerome.
Welcome. We are so excited to have you back, for us to be back. Again, we are with the Grace Company. This is our fall festival, and our theme this year is Quilting in Style, a celebration of quilting and fashion. So I don't know if people noticed, but yesterday, a lot of our projects and all those different videos are with that. That's our theme this year, is a celebration of quilting and fashion. And I think it's so cool we're doing things with fashion and other stuff that's not just quilting, right?
Who knew that quilting was coming in style now?
I think it's great. I remember, in my youth being fashionable coats. I remember there was a lady at a show one time. She had a quilted jacket.
Oh, yes.
And I told her, I said, "Oh my gosh, I love your jacket." And her friend goes, "Oh, everybody keeps telling her that."
Of course, it was gorgeous.
It was a beautiful quilt coat. But welcome, everybody. We're so excited to see where you're coming in from and watching us. We've got so many great friends. Looks like Deneen from Illinois, and Barbara's excited. We are excited too. I know when they do that countdown, I'm like, my heart starts getting like, I'm so excited, we're almost ready.
I get ready, look at the camera. Don't be looking away.
So welcome, everybody. We're going to keep popping up where you're watching from. We've even got people internationally from Ecuador, Quito, and we've got people all over the United States. So thank you for joining us. We really appreciate it. This morning, we're going to do some fun things.
Yes.
We're going to talk about the schedule that's happening. We've got another HBQ story. And then we've also going to see a little preview. The next segment after us, Karla's going to be showing some quilts that she finished from that segment. So
it's going to be a lot of fun. Yeah. Finally got them done. Whew. Down to the wire, I'm telling you.
So just in time. So thank you so much, everyone. We're really excited to be here. First, we wanted to talk about today, though.
It's a takeover day.
Takeover. If you've noticed, we're wearing blue. We've got our Little Rebel Takeover Day, and we're going to talk about the Little Rebel. Most of the projects that were done today were done either piecing or quilting on the Little Rebel, and so we're going to just find out all the fantastic things the Little Rebel can do. Because again,
it's pretty amazing.
Yeah, quilting and straight stitching. It's a fantastic machine. So we're going to talk about that and the pre-order bundles that you can get either through us and our dealers. And we're going to talk about our special savings. But I think what we want to do...
It's a mouthful, you guys.
It is, right? We do want to make sure that everybody is being safe during this segment. We want to make sure if you see any scammers, right? If anything seems questionable, we want you to avoid it. So if you see a link in the comments that doesn't come from the Grace Company, or there's something that's happening and you're like, wow, I'm really not sure about that, always send an email to us, or you can give us a call and we can let you know if that's real. We just want to keep you guys safe, and we want to make sure that you're just avoiding any of those pesky scammer people.
Yeah, and then we want to make sure that you understand where you can go and get the downloads for the projects and stuff, and make sure that you watch the part 2 on the Etched platform.
Yes, all the part 2s are on Etched. And then also, if you are looking to rewatch this fall festival, you can do that on the platform. Now, we put the link in. We'll put it in again on the comments, so that if you're watching, I didn't get a chance to see all the fun stuff.
Actually, will that keep them a little safer from the scammers? I'm hoping.
Yeah. And then also Etched, you can watch it on Etched eventually once we get it loaded there, but it'll be on the platform first. So all those things, and then Etched, you can watch part 2s are on there now. So those are available. So as soon as you watch part 1, you could go to Etched right away, but then you're going to miss the rest of the fall festival. Yeah. But the rest of the fall festival, if you're going to rewatch any of the fun segments from yesterday or today or next week, you can watch them on the platform again. And also our prizes.
We have a lot.
Daily prizes that we give away. Now, not the bingo ones that we've got here, but any of the ones that are people who have registered. So you'll need to go to that platform. Now, you can find it by going to our website, going to up in the right-hand corner is the events section, and click on Fall Festival, and then you'll be able to register for it if you haven't registered already. And that's how we get all our winners, is we use a random generator and we find who the person is that the computer gods tell us to
Yeah.
pick, right?
And you could be one of them.
Yes, and it's true. I mean, people will always say like, "Oh, are they real people?" They are real
Yes.
people, and they contact us, and they're so excited every time. But again, you don't have to be present to win the daily prizes, but you do have to be present to win the bingo prizes. So that's because you answer a question. So those
Yeah.
are the little things.
We
So.
need you to be here.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, so I also want to go over a little bit about our sales. I'm sorry, not before the sales, the social media.
Oh, yeah.
You can find us on so many places. We are almost everywhere.
Yeah.
So
Instagram.
Instagram at Grace Company Quilting, YouTube at The Grace Company, Facebook is Grace Company.
Got TikTok, Grace Company. Twitter, Grace Quilting. Oh, Quilting Grace, sorry. And Pinterest, Grace Company Quilting. And Threads. That's a new one.
That's the new one. So if you aren't following us on all of those wonderful places, then you might see new stuff at all the different places that we're on.
And they're fun to watch and see what everybody's posting. It gets really exciting to see what you are working on.
Yeah, and make sure that, again, with those social medias, you want to make sure, we were talking about the scammers.
Right.
Make sure that, again, if you have any question about something, you can call us. 1-800-264-0644 directly to the Grace Company and ask us, like, I saw this link.
Right.
Before I click on it, is it real? Because sometimes we do have specials on our social media sites, and we want to make sure that you're staying safe, though, with anything like that. Or you can just go to our website and chat in with our team, and we are on. It's just like a phone call. We're there 8 to 5. So
Yeah, they like to chat with you.
yeah, it's great. Okay, so let's talk about some of our specials right now. So
Go for it.
let's talk about our Little Rebel specials, because we didn't talk about those yesterday.
No, we saved them for
We
today.
saved them for today for the Little Rebel Takeover. Now these are a pre-order option, and they're available through November 5th. Now we've extended it because we had some delays for manufacturing and shipping. Don't worry, things are going to come. It's great, but we just wanted to extend it because we're having the delay. We didn't want to.
And it's well worth getting your order in now. I
Yes.
promise you. You'll love it.
And we'll ship it in the order that we received it. So if you have any questions, again, you can reach out through chat or through the phone number. But let's pull up those specials right now. We've got the Little Rebel. Now this is just the machine and a 45mm comfort cutter, which Karla, we were talking the other day.
Yeah, it's a beautiful blue.
It's that same color as the machine. It's so awesome. It's limited to you can only get it if you buy the Little Rebel. We won't have it available later. And so right there, $24.99, the fantastic Little Rebel, 1,600 stitches per minute. It's so strong. And it has that 13-inch throat space. It doesn't look like it in that picture. But
No,
it's a
it
big
doesn't.
throat space.
It looks pretty small, but it does have a nice stroke on it. And you can go from sewing to quilting in just a matter of minutes. So,
And if you have any questions like, oh, well, how did I do that? Karla and I just did
Yeah,
a
we
Q&A
did.
last Friday, and we showed how to go from sewing to stitching, and then also we showed it with the QCT6.
Yes.
So that bundle's also available. You can get QCT6 if you already have a frame.
Yeah.
If you don't have a frame, the QCT6 won't work, but $43.09 for the Little Rebel and QCT6, which together I think they're like
it's under $5,000. Yeah. So
If you're
it's a
buying
great
Rebel.
price, and the automation being on sale, and it sews beautifully. I'm
It's
not
so
kidding.
great, yeah. We got to do a
Sews
training
and
on
quilts
it.
beautifully.
Yeah. Okay, so then the next one is Shaking Up the System. It's the Little Rebel and that fun merch bundle, the bag, stickers, the 4 spools of thread. Now that's the finesse thread, and it comes, the 4 different colors are obsidian, snow white, smoky quartz, and midnight. And they're the solid colors. It's 150 weight. It's 100% polyester. It's a fantastic thread. We love using it. In fact, we had someone using it at recently, and they were like, I couldn't figure out what was happening with the Little Rebel, and then I realized, oh, somebody put some different thread on there, and they were like, oh, well, we need to put the finesse thread on, and that works better. And then again, you get that 45mm comfort cutter and the Change the World mug, and then of course, fun to use with your cutter is the 9.5 square ruler with those true grips. Oh man,
Yeah.
I'm almost like, that's so much in that fun system for $27.50. Just such a great
Well, I was going to say, the Little Rebel is so awesome going from sewing. The stitch quality is really, really nice. When you come from the sewing to the quilting, and that finesse thread, it's great for sewing and quilting. So you don't have to change threads. You could keep the same thread in there.
Yeah, and it has that M-class bobbin, so that you're going to have a lot more sewing time.
That's a game changer, really.
Yeah, and it's a front loader. It's so easy to get to. I'm excited about it. But that shaking up the system also has QCT6 available with it as well. Again, still under $5,000,
Oh, wow.
$45.60 for that, and it's going to be so much fun. Again, you can use that QCT6 if you have a frame. So I know some people were asking, oh, if I don't have a frame, can I still use it? No. It needs the frame to move.
The automation does.
Yeah, the automation.
The Little
needs
Rebel
it.
doesn't.
Yeah, the Little Rebel will be fine, but to have that automation move with the motor plates and all that kind of stuff, you're going to need a frame. And then the last one we have is the full-on anarchy. Now you can see it there. It's $31.89. It's with the Cutie Breeze. You can see it's got those overhead handles, those new clips to hold your fabric, and it's got that merch bundle as well. And then it also can be added with the QCT6 for $4,999.
It's still under $5,000, you guys.
Yeah, so that's 6 different packages, all under $5,000. Again, it goes through November 5th. So if you have been thinking about it and you were like, oh, I missed the deadline, it was September 30th. It's not. It extended to November 5th. So you can have plenty of time to get your order and to rethink again of if I'm going to use the Little Rebel or not, and is it going to change my life? It will change your life.
Yes, it will.
It's so fantastic. Okay, so there's lots of questions. Again, if you have questions about stuff, you can put them into the comment section. We have our sales team on the chat, so they'll be answering those questions. So just give, if you think like, oh, I didn't get my answer right away, I should type it again. Just give them time to type it. They might be answering some other questions, but just be a little patient with us, but we will get all those answers in the chat. I also wanted to talk about a little bit of the sales we've got going on this month for other than Little Rebel.
Right.
We also have QCT6 available. It is 30%.
This is a great deal.
Off. Yeah. So not only we have the QCT6, which is the edge to edge, that's it's got over 100 patterns. We've got some specific Karla patterns, and specific Leah Day patterns. It's really fun. So
I like designing the patterns. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah, even I got to design a pattern and it's in there. So,
oh, really?
Yeah. So
congratulations.
Thanks. I was like, I made the cut. Yeah. So it's got some wonderful patterns that's just edge to edge design. So you're able to do those different kind of features easily. And the basic
and you don't
stuff
have to
get
send
started.
your quilts out. You can quilt them.
Yeah, you don't have to worry about it anymore. And then QCT6 Plus, that is the same as we had for QCT6 5 Beginnings. So if you're wondering what does the Plus mean, we just named it different.
Extra features.
Extra features than the QCT6 edge to edge. You're able to place your patterns. And then QCT6 Pro is the same as QCT6 5. Now Pro, and that's the one that you need to use the gold card. So if you have Beginnings or you have QCT6 Plus or 6, you have to upgrade to the Pro to use the gold card.
But now's the time to do it because it's 30% off.
Yes, and it works with any Grace machine. So any of the Unique machines, including the Little Rebel, so the 14 Plus, the 15R, 15 Pro, 19s, the 19X series, the 16X series, 21X, 21R, 21 Pro, all of those Unique machines, it's available with the QCT6. So if you haven't and you've been thinking about getting automation, now's the time, because once October's over, we will not have that special anymore. So you just want to take advantage of it.
Early Christmas, everybody.
Yes. And then we also have special for the first 2 weeks. Now the automation goes through the end of the month, but these first 2 weeks we have some frame sales going on. The Cutie and the Q-Zone hoop frames. So the Q-Zone hoop frame is at $889. You can see that normally it's $17.99.
Wow.
Almost $1,000 off, right? And then we've got the Q-Zone Queen frame. That's a rolling rail for 2 rails, different than the 3 rail systems, but $1,089. Again, that is a fantastic deal. It's over $1,000 off. take advantage if you've been thinking about upgrading to a rolling rail system, but maybe you're not ready for the 3 rails.
Maybe you want a little bit more established hoop frame because you have a little bit extra room, but the Q-Zone hoop frame, man, it's a great frame.
Yeah, and then that cutie frame, it's on special for $579, right?
Yes.
It's only for these first 2 weeks of the month. It's our special fall festival, and it's after that it's going to go back up. So definitely take advantage. If you've been thinking about the cutie, you were thinking, well, maybe I'll wait until the Cutie Breeze comes out. The Cutie Breeze is not on special. You can only get it through with the Little Rebel currently at a discounted price. So if you're like, oh, I'm ready to do quilting and I'm wanting to do that tabletop and I don't have a lot of space, or I'm going to be traveling, I'm on my fifth wheel, or I'm going down to my my snowbird area, so you can take that with you without taking your huge frame with you. So those are some of the fantastic deals we've got coming on.
You don't have to kick the kids or the grandkids or whoever's living with you out of the house. You can put it away.
You can take it to a guild meeting,
That's
all those
true.
fun things. So yeah, don't worry about, oh, where do I put this cutie? You'll find space. It's easy enough. Yeah. So let's go next, Karla. Let's go to the HBQ story.
Okay.
We've got a fantastic person here. Karla's going to read our story from the HBQ.
And this is from Chris, and she's in Beachmere, Queensland, Australia. And it says, when I was a very small child, I spent many weekends and holidays with my grandmother, Nana Lee. And it was a wonderful stitcher, and she spent many hours embroidering together. In the early 1990s, after my nanny had gone, I had found a pile of her embroidered roses that we had started together and that she had started in the 1960s. I wanted to use them for something, but what? I saw a quilt in the magazine and thought, I can do that. Who hasn't thought that? So did I. It was so pretty, very much a beginner quilt, but I was hooked and combined the embroidery with quilting, creating more quilts and becoming a better quilter. Now my hands are stiffening, my eyes are not so sharp, and embroidery is hard, so I simply just quilt. I find much pleasure in the color matching and being creative. Quilting keeps my mind sharp and my hands busy. I decided some years ago that I wanted to share my love of quilting with others, particularly people who didn't think they could sew or create. Now I teach beginner quilting classes with the University of the Third Age in the retirement village and take great joy in seeing our learners light up when they realize what they have made a block without having to unpick. Oh, I've been unpicking a lot lately. Or the corners to meet perfectly, and they really can achieve a lovely piece of work. I will quilt until I leave this life, hopefully snuggled in a beautiful quilted blanket. What a beautiful story.
That's fantastic. Thank you so much. Again, if you haven't had a chance to put your story in, again, to our home-based quilter, you can go to our website, click on the tab and go down to your HBQ stories, and you can enter it. And we would love to share it on screen here with any of our fun things.
Yeah, and each of you have such a different story to tell. I mean, they're not all two are going to be alike, and it's personal, and it's so much fun. I think the stories are sometimes even better than the quilts.
Yeah, it's like a quilted life, right?
Yeah, it is.
So we thank you for sharing with that. And again, if you'd like to participate with our HBQ stories, you can go to our website. Now, I did see some questions from people wondering, if they already have QCT5, do they have to pay for the QCT6 upgrade? So if you already have QCT5, Beginnings or Pro, you will get an update later this month, and it'll take you to that same version of QCT6. However, if you have the QCT5 Beginnings and you wanted to get the QCT6 Pro, then give us or our dealers. Again, all these specials are available with all our dealers as well. The fabulous pricing that we've got going on for Fall Festival, including Australia and Canada and other places. We've got dealers in those areas. Now, they have different prices because of tariffs, but we do have local dealers throughout the United States and internationally. So check out on our website our dealer locator page to see if there's one near you, and you could go visit a new shop. We recently had an event in Australia, and so people were watching, we were saying, oh, I want to go to Australia and go visit the quilt shops there.
They are beautiful shops.
Yeah. So, I mean, quilters are everywhere, and it's so much fun to hear from all of them.
It is. And if you want to know the differences between the different softwares, then just check it out online, and you can see what they all have, and if you want to upgrade.
Yeah, it's a really fun thing. The other thing that some people were asking is, do you have to pay for the update if you're going from 5 to 6? And there's not if you're doing just the update, there's not a price for that. Only if you're going from one version to the other would there be a price on the upgrade. Well, Karla, I think it's time that we should do a giveaway.
Oh, yay. Okay.
And
I love the giveaways.
We've given everybody a lot of information, and I want to ask a question and see who has the answer. So if you are watching the videos, and we have part 2. Where do you go for part 2? Because we have part 1 here.
That's a good question,
Yeah, because
Janna.
we talked about it, and people were saying, oh, I love it, but I don't know if everybody remembers. So we will have everybody put it in the comments. We will select a winner from both Facebook, YouTube, and our platform, where we're going to see if everybody's got...
You guys are too sharp.
Oh, they're so fast. Yeah, they had it ready.
They did. They've been listening.
They're like...
Maybe they've already went and saw it.
Maybe they watched part 2. So
Yeah.
wow, we've got lots coming in. It looks like we've got some coming in on the platform as well. Wow, everybody knows, yes, that is correct. We've got so many typed in. Etched is the answer. Etchedtogether.com is where you can go and watch part 2. So I'll hold it, Karla, and then you can turn it.
Spin it. Now is once this, there we go.
There we go.
The blue
Okay,
one.
so our blue is our square ruler bundle. So congratulations
like
for those who
that.
are going to win. This is our True Cut system. It's a fantastic tracking guide. So you get the 12.5 by 12.5, 9.5 by 9.5. That's the one that comes in the Little Rebel bundles. True Grips also in the Little Rebel bundles. And the 6.5 by 6.5. Those rulers, they're so much fun.
Oh, they really help you square up your blocks. So if you're looking for a good squaring ruler, these are them.
Yeah, this is fantastic. So, okay, so we're going to choose a winner from Facebook and YouTube and our platform to get all of those they're our bingo winners. So let's see, who is our winner on Facebook? Marcina, congratulations. So Marcina, if you will email Allegra at graceframe.com with your information so she can get you that square rule bundle. Yes, there's Allie's name right there, so you know exactly where to send it. Okay, and then our YouTube winner,
Bonnie Stratton Oman.
Congratulations, Bonnie. Oh my gosh, you're going to have so much fun with these rulers. And then our last person on the platform. I know sometimes it's a little more to bring it over for
anxiously waiting for him to put it up.
Everybody's like, how do I get it? And Allie Shepherd, congratulations. Again, if you remember to email Allie, and that's true if you won a bingo prize yesterday. Allegra at graceframe.com. She will be able to get you that information and get it sent out. So you can have your prize hopefully before the end of Fall Festival. And then you could be like,
we'll get them out as fast as we can.
Exactly, yeah. So congratulations to all our winners. That's really fantastic. Also, we have a daily prize giveaway. And this is for people who registered ahead of time. Again, register for the event. You'll get into the drawing for all the daily prizes we do at each live segment. This live segment, though, we're giving away the True Sharp 2 combo, which is our quilters combo and our electric sharpener. I love this combo. It's all you need to get started, right? You get a 45mm comfort cutter,
a nice size ruler,
a 6.5 by 24.5 True Grips, and then electric sharpener. It's fantastic. So, okay, we've got a drum roll here for that winner. Laura Ann, congratulations! So you can see right there the 6.5 by 24.5 inch ruler, the 45mm comfort cutter, the True Grips, and that electric sharpener. Now we have your information, Laura, so we'll be able to get that emailed to you so we can get your address. But congratulations. Again, if you'd like to participate in any of the daily giveaways, go to the platform and register for the event, and we'll get that set.
Yeah, and thanks for doing it early.
Yes,
we appreciate it.
We appreciate it. So next, we've got, coming up, we've got Karla doing her segment on making memories. We've got Maddie stitching support and Amanda, but we've got Karla's quilts right now. She's going to grab them.
Yeah,
we're
so
going
I
to
got
see
these
you
done.
do this, but now we've got the finished pieces, just Sam's
Yeah.
binding. But
All right, so I was given a little assignment. Well, I took on the assignment to add the little fashion aspect to quilting, and I love the thought of it. But then Justice, cute little Justice, you all know him, and then there was Will. Justice came in with a bag full of his army, not his army. Sorry, Justice, okay. His Marine uniforms and T-shirts and stuff like that he didn't really want to give away. So I said, oh, we're doing the Fall Festival. I will take them and let's do a memory quilt from them.
Ooh, that's so cool.
And so let me just show you what I did, and I finished it. It's also hanging up. So this is the one I did for Justice, and because of his army, or not his army, Karla, sorry. So this is it, and oh, this one right here, okay, this. So I didn't do a literal one. I used his uniform in several different places. I used the pockets so he can put rations in them. If he gets really hungry. But anyway, and you notice I used the automation. This is one that I used the automation exclusively on. I didn't do any free motion except for around the T-shirt down here. But I did his name. I didn't have it quilted when I gave it to, when I showed him what I did, but notice his name's at the top, Justice Daniels. And then I did protect, honor, and serve on each side.
That's fantastic.
And so that's Justice's quilt. And I explain a little bit more about what I did on it. And then Will, I did a quilt for Will. And his was kind of totally different. His was more about family and about school and what this represented. So you'll notice that there's 2 memory quilts. And I did incorporate photos, but I also incorporated a tie right here and the quilting and T-shirts on it. So, you know, just think about memory quilts, and I will explain a little bit more on the segment about how I came up with the ideas and everything. He was married in one of the temples here, and I used the tie for the stained glass windows. That's how I incorporated that. And he served a mission, so in Finland, so I put Will to the finish line, and then I did use the automation on that as well. And even the quilting on it represents part of his life. And so the designs, from the designs to the blocks, just think about what you want to do and how you can incorporate a little bit of you and along with them to tell their story.
Awesome. So now these aren't binded yet, correct?
No, you can tell they're not bound.
Yeah. Someone's asking what kind of binding you're going to be doing when you get there.
I'm just going to sew a binding on and whip stitching them closed. Yes, I probably could use the machine, and maybe I will. So
we're still figuring.
Yeah, I'm still figuring that. I just got them done today. So literally, this is like, whew, come and show them off, and then we'll go into the segment, and you'll see, and I'll explain a little bit more about what I did and how I came up with them. And I did put the downloadables online so that you can find out what I used for the photos and how I made the QR code, because there's a little different things.
Yeah, I think that's part of like the memories of quilts is there's a lot more. I mean, any quilt, your design process and everything, but memories, like really making it memorable for them, and also a bit of the quilting things.
And it was a lot of fun too. It was a lot of work, but it was a lot of fun.
Well, excellent. I'm excited to watch the next segment. Again, we want to thank everybody for coming today and being a part of our Fall Festival. As a reminder, so we've got segments all throughout the day, giveaways, live segments. We've got specials going on. If you have any questions, you can give us a call or go to our website, and we'll be able to help you with that. And also, you'll be able to get those specials with our dealers. So don't think that you have to come to us to get these fantastic fall specials like the QCT at 30% off, or the fantastic specials on the frames or the machines. But also, we want to make sure that you remember for next week, put it on your calendar. Thursday and Friday, again, we'll be back with all our Fall Festival stuff. So that gives you plenty of time on Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday to watch everything, and so you're all set and have all your quilting goodness. But again, if you guys, thank you so much for joining us, and we will see you again later.
Yeah, bye. everybody. Thanks for joining me today. I'm so excited about this segment of the show. Let me just introduce what I'm going to be doing is I put together a couple of quilts for some colleagues here at work, and they're memory quilts, and I used their stories to create a quilted story. And I'm really excited to introduce to you the first one, and it's for Will. Will is part of the accounting department here at the Grace Company, and he has always been so willing to step up to the plate and figure things out and help us grow as a company. So I started his memories with a storyboard, and that might be easier for you as like putting together color palettes and things like that. So I named it, Where There's a Will, There's a Way, because he always steps up. So let me introduce to you Will, and tell us a little bit about yourself.
Yeah, my name's Will. I've been at Grace Company now for 2 years, just over 2 years, and I've loved every second of it. I'm from Provo, Utah, and so yeah,
we call it Happy Valley here.
Happy Valley.
Because he is happy.
And I'm in the accounting department. I'm the controller for the company, and it's been an awesome ride working with people like Karla and Karla's family and all the other people that work here.
He's saying that because he's on camera, but that's okay. Bring it on. Anyway.
No, it's awesome, and I'm trying to get more into quilting, and so it's been when you ask me about some of my memories and stuff, obviously. In accounting, there's a lot of education that goes into accounting, and so that's a lot of my memories. And then, a lot of the support I received from my family along the way. So a lot of in between degrees and things like that. A lot of support from my wife and my parents and my children, and so. I'm excited to explore what you've done.
And it's a great story. So anyway, as I was putting together your storyboard, a lot of your memories were of schooling and your family. So that's really what the basis of this quilt will be. It's kind of showing segments of your life and the paths that you've chosen to get to where you are today. Mm-hmm. And it's been quite a ride because you've had some challenges, and you've diverted and changed paths a little bit and chosen a different path than friends. So let me show you the quilt, and we'll go through the storyboard as I talk to you about it. Okay, so here's your fun little memory quilt right here.
Oh man, that's great.
Yeah, so you said schooling was really important, but I did only put one school in here because I felt like this kind of covered all the schooling. Mm-hmm. One of your first steps and the choices that you made was to serve a mission for the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
Yeah.
And he went to Finland, and so it says Will to the finish line. I thought that was kind of fun because Will has a quirky personality, and he's really fun because he's very punny, and he brings a lot. When we're in meetings, you always know that Will has a quick wit, and he can come up with just a fun line to say. And so I just really appreciate that about Will. And so it's Will to the finish line.
So nice.
And anyway, this is a little map of Finland.
Yeah.
And this is your OU. It's for Oklahoma University, or the University of Oklahoma. And that's where you did a lot of your schooling. Mm-hmm. And while you were serving there at this time, tell us a little bit about the one choice that you made that was different than all the rest.
Yeah, so graduate school was very challenging. I was working full time. We were in the process of having our first son, and I was going to school part time, but I was doing that in the evenings, and so it demanded a lot of just everything that I had, and so a lot of my friends, because we were on an online program. A lot of my colleagues, and still friends to this day, they weren't as honest in the program as they should have been. And one thing is, especially in accounting, but just the way that I was brought up, integrity is everything, and being the type, doing the right thing for the right reasons and being honest, that's very important to me. And so I was honest in the program. I did everything that I could, and I didn't get as good a grades as my colleagues because they took a different route. But I did way better than I thought I would. And I was really proud of the grades that I was able to make because of my, choice to do things honestly.
And that hard work and perseverance is so important in life, because he was able to take what he learned through college and help us here at the Grace Company get our records in order, and it's just so important for you to understand how important Will is to the Grace Company. He really is. So that's that block there. Okay, now let me explain to you, sorry, the little threads, we have to pick them off as we go. Anyway, that's part of quilting. All right, this block here is my interpretation of Crossroads. The Crossroads is a Civil War block from way back when, and it represented the path to freedom for the slaves. And I just thought it was really important. That's what this represents. So your crossroads that you've taken and the choices that you've made, how they've helped you, and that's why it's in between each of these blocks. The next block is all about him meeting his beautiful wife and and getting to know her, and then the choice that they married in the temple. And I made this temple block for you just out of memory.
That's
but
so nice.
right here for this, I used a tie to create the windows of it, and that was the clothing. This was a t-shirt, this was a tie, and that's how I incorporated the fashion aspect to quilting. So I thought the steeple and the windows, they're the same tie, but it was pretty fun. And so it kind of represents the temple, and the importance of temple marriage in his religion is forever. And then this one right here, you want to tell us about this block here?
Yeah, I love seeing that symbol there. So that is the symbol of the fertility clinic that my wife and I visited for years, actually. For several years we would go to this clinic, and they helped us to have our 2 sons here. Yeah. Both times we did in vitro fertilization, IVF, and we're able to have 2 beautiful boys through that.
And they are beautiful. Look at these boys.
Thank you.
Yeah. And then this represents one happy family at the very end. And it was a lot of fun to create a quilt from somebody else's memories or their ideas. And then the reason I chose these blocks, okay, you'll notice that there's 2 different. This is kind of like a moral compass block. So it's representing the directions that you take. And then this right here for the border just kind of reminded me of a family, and a family moving along the paths, and how we just join hands and work through life together. And so if you're making a memory quilt, some of the things that I learned that are really important is try to keep the blocks all the same size. Now, when we were using the photographs I ordered a lot of this photograph paper, and we'll put a link to it and let you know. And then I had cute Zach help me format the pictures to the correct size. We found a printer with an inkjet that worked really well, so we did take these photographs out to a printer to be printed on. That was much better quality for it, because we tried a couple of different printers here. So if you're looking for that, please make sure you format it to the correct size. That was really important. And then find somebody, even if it costs you a little extra, find somebody who could print it off. The quality will maintain be that much better and look so much more precise and accurate. They get a little murky if you're printing them on your regular home printer, so make sure it's a high quality one. And then if you're trying to design a block from scratch, just kind of try and lay it out on a piece of paper and draw it out first, and then figure out the sizing. So I knew that these were going to be 8-inch blocks, and that really helped me because I made a square and I used the grid to draw this out and create the temple. So those are just a few of the things that I learned, and it was just so much fun. And I mean that with all my heart, to create a memory quilt for you.
Oh, thank you so much. This is beautiful. I love it. I can't wait
well,
to
we'll get the binding on. And he has a new office he can hang it in. So now I have another special person here at the Grace Company that I also did a quilt for, and I will bring them on next. So for this quilt, it was a lot of fun, and it was a little journey, and I had to do a lot of research. Guess who my special guests are? I have Justice and Laurel, and they are married and they're a team. So that's why we have Laurel here as well, because when I was creating this quilt, I kept her in mind because she's such a part of Justice's life, and you know, he's a part of hers. So this is for them, okay? But it's mostly about Justice, okay? So his storyboard is I did it from protect and serve to love, honor, and obey. I didn't like the word obey because you don't mind being bossed around because you're a military guy, but I thought cherish. So I never changed that because that was kind of the vision that I was thinking when I first started. And I call it Sweet Justice because that's his name, Justice. How fitting is that? And so when I was thinking about creating the quilt, the first thing that kind of came to my mind was he was talking about his awards and his military life and things like that, and how could I incorporate those awards, but I didn't want to do it literally. So let me show you the quilt and we're going to talk about it, okay?
Cool.
All right, so here you go. All right, so this is the top, okay?
Okay. Wow.
All right?
That's so cool.
It's a lot of
Look
fun,
at that.
okay? So there's a lot of work into it,
Oh, the
okay?
colors of the ribbons.
Yes, you got it. So you knew all the ribbons because what I did was this side here represents the medals and the ribbons, okay? On that side there, that represents the countries that you protected and you went into. This
so cool.
is Justice and Laurel's section.
Aww.
So anyway, I incorporated, and that's why it's
That's
pretty
amazing.
colorful. So right here, and it's not quilted yet. This is just pieced. There's a lot of piecing into this.
That's a ton of work,
I
Karla.
was taking world peace to a new level on this quilt. All right, so anyway, let me start at the top, okay? So this block here represents the United States, and starting here in your life. And the first thing, when I asked Justice about his service and why he entered the service, the first word out of his mouth is, I just wanted to protect. So protect will be in here. And I thought that was really such a sweet sentiment because he is very protecting and that's kind of been his life. And he's come into the Grace Company and really protected us and helped us along the way. So thank you.
Thank you,
And then I took your outfit, your military outfit, and I did the U.S. Marines pocket right here, and then I did your name right here. So this will have Justice Daniels on the top when I quilt it. And so that's along the top. I loved your t-shirt because that represented your unit and all about it. Okay, so let me go through the ribbons first, okay? And I don't know if I'll have all the ribbons correct, okay? But this one here was the ribbon and band for the Navy and Marine Corps, okay? So this represents this. The star here is the star that you were telling me about that goes right up above or down below. So this is the star.
I went over
However, you'll see that I put your QR code right here.
That's so
and
cool.
this QR code moves to the story about your unit and where they visited over there. So, if you're thinking
so
of
cool.
something fun and different, this QR code, they're not hard to make, can really help a memory last. So all he has to do is put his camera up to it and, he can go back to that story and show anybody about his life in Iraq and what he did over there. So it's all about his unit. So if you want to click on the QR code, there you go, and see what Justice did. And there's a headline about what they did. It's U.S. Navy corpsmen, Marines contribute to the life-saving efforts in Iraq as the Battle of, how do you say it?
Ramadi.
Ramadi and Fallujah continues near, say it?
Al-Taqaidam, Iraq.
You read it.
Members of the Iraq Armed Forces conduct counterattack missions as part of the efforts to regain control over the Islamic State.
And it's a big, it's got pictures and everything. So that's
pretty
kind of
cool.
one of those memories
Thank
I
you,
wanted
Karla.
to incorporate.
That's so cool.
So and then these are the other ribbons. And I
That
just
I'm
did the
so
gold
impressed
and the
with.
colors. And like I said, I didn't want to make a little medal. I didn't want it literal. This is kind of my creative way of incorporating what his life's work is in a different interpretation. So I chose to make the little stars using the colors of the ribbon ribbons to represent that.
That's so
okay?
creative.
All right, so let's go back on this side here. Okay, so these are the countries that you served in, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
So the first one I started with was Iraq, right here. This represents Iraq. And the blue center is the two. I did some research on these, you guys.
Wow.
This is pretty fun. And
That's so cool.
in Iraq, I was able to understand that it's the oldest civilization and has two major rivers. It's very fertile, and because it has the two major rivers going through it, it just is a grand place to grow. And in Iraq, it has the Tigris and the Euphrates River, and they flow through it. So that was pretty cool too. And it has the oldest writing noted. So I can teach you a few things,
I'm learning a lot right now.
All right. So that is Iraq, and there's a lot more to Iraq. Oh, one of the things I thought was really interesting, as I was doing my research, they figured that Noah built his ark in Iraq, because it was Mesopotamia, and all of that Middle Eastern area was, Babylon and everything like that. So they figured that that's where Noah built his ark, and then it landed in Turkey. So,
wow, that's very cool.
Anyway, this next block is Saudi Arabia, okay? And the reason I chose it were the colors. It's really green and white and black. But I just looked at the military, I looked at their uniforms. A little interesting fact about Saudi Arabia, and I'm sorry they don't let their women go to the doctor. There's a lot of choices that they've made that our military, we have that freedom that they really, some of the people don't. The men do, but the women don't. This next one is of Kuwait. It's very, very rich in oil, and it's just really an interesting place to go and find out more about Kuwait. It's a beautiful area. It's right there next to the Red Sea, and that's where Moses parted the Red Sea. So you were there on those grounds, and that's where some of us, we haven't even gone there, but we kind of know the story of Moses and the Red Sea. So I thought that was really cool that you've been to some of these places, walked. And some of these areas where, the history just lived. That's kind of how I felt when I went to Europe and visited family and stuff. But anyway.
That's cool.
And then this last one is Jordan. Now, with Jordan, did you know that Jordan has over 100,000 different archaeological sites?
No, wow,
Yes.
that's a
And
lot.
it's very rich, and it's where, the Raiders of the Lost Ark, The Last Crusade was filmed, and Lawrence of Arabia. And that's where it was filmed, and also The Martian. I didn't know that either, but it is rich in archaeological history. So if you want to go back and look at that, and the reason I chose the golden star and the blue, it's just kind of representing their colors as well. Now, I did these blocks as kind of Middle Eastern tiles. So if you kind of see that they're all a little different, but they kind of look like a tile. And now I put your uniform here, and I have to say right here, that's the Where's Waldo. I thought I wanted something for his kids, and so there might be a couple of those in there. So there's one right there.
That's awesome.
And I just wanted, so your future generations, you can have them hunt, and it'll keep them busy for a few hours, maybe, hopefully. No. Anyway, so I put your uniform in between because you really went over there to help these other countries and protect and serve. So that's incorporating your uniform into this. Okay.
I love that.
Now let me talk about this middle section, okay? So this middle section here is more about your life. This block here is called the Tennessee Waltz.
Oh.
And I really liked that because it represents your life being born in Tennessee. That's where Justice is from, and you can tell from his southern manners. He's a sweet boy. And anyway, he always says, yes, ma'am, no, sir. And then this right here, this block here, I thought was kind of interesting. It's very similar, but a little different. Notice that we have this is the Utah block. See how close they are?
That's really
You guys,
cool.
I thought it's meant to be. When the blocks are that
cool.
close, it's really meant to be.
That's
So
so
this is
cute.
combining, and these colors, these are kind of Laurel's colors. So I incorporated your colors with Justice's. Well, he said
Yeah.
your colors are his colors, but that's a good husband. Yeah. But anyway, the blues are kind of, I felt like his colors as well. So anyway, I incorporated both the colors together because you're a joined union now. Now,
That's awesome.
this heart represents the love of your country, and this heart represents your love of Laurel. So
I love it,
anyway, that's really the quilt as a whole. And I'm going to put, as I quilted, I thought, you know, I could make it really, really busy, but I'm not. So this section here, I just wanted to tell you how I'm thinking of quilting it, is it's going to be an edge-to-edge design all the way across, hearts and stars. And then this up here, I'm going to put some words in and just fill it in with some meandering. But that's really the quilt I created for you from your memories
I love this.
of it. And it was a lot of fun. Like I said, I had a lot of fun investigating and learning more about these other cultures and countries and kind of collecting all this data and bringing it together and bringing it to life in a memory quilt.
Thank you so much. That's such a special thing. It seems like this is so much work even to tie all this together because we've been talking about this for how long now?
I know, and it's probably not even what you envisioned.
No, this is
but it's
way
kind
more
of
than I ever could have envisioned.
It's kind
Are
of
you
my
kidding
vision,
me?
and that, you know, like I have the uniform there, and I could have been very literal, and I could have done a literal quilt, but that's kind of not my way of quilting. And I thought, well, let's add a little bit more to it. So as you're creating a memory quilt, see what you can do to kind of change it up a bit. And, you know, and I could have, you know, not worried about this, but I like those kind of little different things because I think it's kind of fun because you kind of sneak in there and you'll say, oh, you know, because you were kind of trying hard to work through situations in all these other countries and through the military, and you still work through situations here at the Grace Company, different personalities. So this just represents a collective of the different type of people that you've come in contact with, the lives that you've changed and helped and grow, and you know, just you and Laurel together as one team moving forward in your life. And that's the importance of a memory quilt. It doesn't always have to be such a literal interpretation. So Justice, okay,
Yeah.
I've explained these blocks to you and what my interpretation was. So when you look at these blocks, you tell me what you see.
Well, it was really cool because I noticed you didn't go literal on the metals, but the colors were something I very much knew because they tied to different moments in my life. So, for instance, this block, I knew that was Operation Inherent Resolve, right?
Yeah.
It was the one that I earned in Iraq, yeah. And so to me, I see all of these places, and like that's what was so emotional for me is like, and not just the service, but how well you did something artistic that like, I was there. I was in Iraq again. I was in Saudi Arabia. I was in Kuwait. And I was remembering all the faces I met in Iraq and why I earned it. And, you know, you talk about the star because I actually went overseas twice. And the first time was purely in Iraq. And the second time I went over, that's where I went to Saudi Arabia, Jordan, and I spent a lot of time in Kuwait. But I saw all the faces I met, of the people and the things that I did. And it was just super emotional for me because you just captured it so well. Because like that's like swear to God, Karla, when I saw it, I was like, wow. And the fact that you didn't do the literal metal made it that much cooler because this was so impressive.
I was so worried.
It was so
most
impressive
of the
that you
military
could do
quilts
that.
Out there are so literal, and
Yeah.
that's
No,
what
I
I
appreciated
wanted them
that,
to think
'cause
outside the box. And
so much of my life was about not making it about myself for these things, you know what I mean? Like I do genuinely just love making people feel happy and safe and protected, and like I think it was really cool that you tied in and you probably don't know this, but typically when you have ribbons, you get a ribbon, but there is a medal at the bottom of all of them, right? That you saw. So I just thought it was cool that you kind of tied all those elements in, and yeah, you just did a great, like the amount of thought that had to go into how you structured it was something that blew me away. And then I do love that there's just the American flag at the top. Thank you. It's just, I can't
Good.
express enough how amazing this is. It's literally priceless. That's why it's
Yeah,
like, I
you're
literally
sweet,
can't
yeah.
pay you back for all the work you put into something like this.
No, I just want you to enjoy it, and I want you to show your little kids.
Well, and I love the middle part because, like,
Yeah,
the
that
journey,
really-
like, you
that-
can look
the
at this
journey.
and see a whole journey.
Yeah.
And, like, it's so cool and
But
impressive.
the journey doesn't stop here, and
Right.
that's what I wanted to say. The journey doesn't stop here. It just goes on forever with you two. So a couple other things that you can make with scraps of fabric, which is really kind of fun, is a little bear quilt. So this is one that Lori made for her dad and from his military.
so cool.
It's just kind of a cute little bear. She used the buttons of the uniform for the eyes, and for right here, made the collar. And let me show you, it's the U.S. Air Force, and that's his last name. What a fun little
Super
bear.
thoughtful way.
Yeah, very soft too. And then here, right here, is a pillow made from the shirt. I decided that, clothing is a great source of fabrics. So if you run out of something, see what's in your closet that's old and what you can use with your clothing. They have different textures, different textiles that can really add a little something to your quilt. It's like adding a pinch of salt. I mean, really can ramp up that creativity and really and also it adds that little extra special memory. Because I could have done this without your uniform, but it wouldn't have been the same, because that uniform was such a part of your life for so many years that we needed to show that. So see what you can do to make your memories last by making memory quilts. I had so much fun. Yes, it was a lot of work, but I love a challenge and I love the hard work. I love sitting at the sewing machine, and yes, I had my unpicker handy and I unpicked a lot. I can't tell you how many times I unpicked this section here to make it match up to
Really?
this section there. And I kept cropping off. Anyway, yeah. It's a part of the process, and it's a lot of fun. And you can see I chose a couple of military quilts. This is nothing like those. It was just an idea that kind of sparked me moving. And as I started putting the blocks together, I needed a star, but I didn't even use it. So go figure, But as you're putting it together, things will change. It will morph, and it will be a little different. And I chose different directions. As you're creative, just go with the flow. What comes to your mind is what needs to be on the quilt, and it will change. And it was a lot of fun. So thanks for letting me do this for you. I will get it quilted and we'll get it bound, but
It's amazing.
it was
And
a lot of fun.
You kept saying I change people's lives, but Karla, I really want you to know this literally got me emotional over there. I was tearing up, but you've changed my life our lives forever. Like the memories you've given us to hold on to for a lifetime, like they really mean the world to me. And it's the thought that goes into this and the passion that not only you, but the other quilters put into it. It amazes me because this is a ton of work. Like, how many hours have you worked on this?
I don't want to tell you how many.
I know. I'm almost ashamed that you spent that much time building a quilt for us.
No, it was really important, and especially because I was creating it for the Fall Festival, and it means a lot to me to help others move along in their journey. And your journey's the same as mine, and if I can help nudge you in a different direction or free you up from what you're holding on to, and just move forward with your craft and your creativity, it's really important to me. So this really meant a lot. It was a lot of fun, and not to say it didn't have its challenges, but I really enjoyed doing the research. And as you jump in, it's like genealogy almost. It really was. It's like understanding that life of that person that you're working through, the genealogical understanding and the family history. So
It's amazing. Thank you, Karla.
well, thanks for letting me do it, and we'll get it quilted and we'll show you everything about it. So, and I'll leave some more tips and tricks of what I learned. One thing I did learn I wanted to point out before I go is make all your blocks the same size. So if you keep that in mind, you will have an easier time with matching this side up to that side. So just go into it, and if you find patterns, a lot of these I recreated from designs and stuff, so that was a little bit more challenging, but it was fun. So if you can find a pattern of the different designs, that will probably make it easier and adjust it to the size that you want it. That's another little tip I have. Get all your fabrics together and then clean up as you go. Man, my house is like a pile of scraps on the floor, scraps everywhere, but I just love the scrappiness of it. Anyway,
That's
thanks.
awesome. Thank you.
Thanks for joining us. Take care.
Hi everyone, welcome to Fall Festival. I hope you guys are enjoying it so far and I'm so excited to be here. I am showing you how I have made my bra quilt. I know it sounds a little funny, but I am really happy about it and the way it turned out. The reason why I was doing a bra quilt is because of it's being October, it's Breast Cancer Awareness Month, and I have known a lot of people who have recovered from breast cancer or who have passed away from breast cancer, and it's a really special quilt for me. I have been so excited to share this with you. I have made it downloadable, so don't worry, you don't have to pay attention to every single detail, but please refer back to this video if you ever need any help. There are 4 styles of bras on the downloadable, but I'm only gonna show you how to do one today. They are pretty similar, so it shouldn't be too difficult to switch from one to another, but let's get started. Okay, so things you'll need. You need a ruler, comfort cutter. I like my comfort cutter 60mm. It's my favorite. I will always use it forever and always. Make sure you have a pencil and then your fabric cut out. There are 4 parts to piecing a single bra. So you have the top part, which is here. So this is gonna be the straps. Then you have the middle part that combines the cups, and that is just, I don't even know what to call it, but it's just the middle part. And then you have the 2 cups. So let's start with the 2 cups. I have chosen these fabrics because I love them and I think they're fun. So this is gonna be the actual cup. So this is whatever you want your style to be, this is what you would want to pick as the biggest fabric. So we're gonna make sure that I am doing this right. So it is measured at 8 by 7.5, and you want the 8 side, so the height to be 8. So make sure you have that, and we'll also put our other stuff over here, and then we'll have our square, and this is gonna go right on top of it. And what we're gonna do is we're gonna make a line from the top left corner to the bottom right corner. Gonna make a line so it's easy to sew. Perfect. Okay, now I'm gonna line it up with the top right corner, and then I'm gonna pin it into place. I usually only do 2 pins for this part. I do one on the top, and then I do one on the side. All right, now the fun part. We're going to our Little Rebel, our new 13-inch machine. It is so exciting, and I am so happy that I get to show you guys how I used it for piecing my project. I'm gonna make sure that everything is lined up, and I'm gonna do a 1/4 of an inch. So for this, I am just gonna sew directly on the line. Let's get started, let's start sewing it. The 13 machine, it's so nice because it's so smooth, and I am really able to line up with the line as I am sewing. And we are done. Okay, so that looks great to me. I'm gonna clip the threads, make sure we flatten it out. Everything's looking nice. I really like this. So how we're gonna do this is we're gonna fold this over, and we're just gonna finger press it. I actually brought a foot height gauge because I think this is a great tool to help get those fine lines when you're pressing just by hand. You can press with your iron. I strongly suggest it. I just don't have time to show you guys that on camera. But finger pressing also works great, so don't worry about it if you're not gonna use your iron. Okay, so now that's finger pressed and everything's set, we're gonna fold it back over. I'm gonna grab Our ruler, I'm using our 3 by 13 inch ruler. I love this ruler. I think it's the perfect size. And I'm gonna do a 1/4 of an inch cut. I'm gonna grab my rotary cutter and put off the gauge, and we're all set. So this is our excess. We can just put this off to the side, and then we grab this again, and we're gonna make sure it's working. Ah, this is perfect. This is a great job. I'm gonna give myself a pat on the back for that. Now I'm gonna show you how to do your background piece with it. So this is the cup, and with the background piecing, that's what's really gonna shape it for us. So I have all of our different cuts, and I'll make sure that they're labeled on this downloadable so you aren't guessing anything. So we have our big square. This one's gonna go right here, and we're gonna do the exact same process. So let's get to it. Go here, let's mark. Let's place it over here. Pin. Now off to the sewing machine. Threads. Now right here, we're gonna do the same thing. We're gonna fold this over, make sure that we finger press it. I'm gonna grab the height gauge. Looks good to me. I'm gonna fold it back over, grab our ruler, and do the same thing. 1/4 of an inch cut with the seam. Put that to the side. It's getting somewhere. I hope you guys can see it. If not, you'll see it in a minute. Now we have our tiny squares. Our 2 big squares are actually gonna go on this side, and our little square that we have is gonna go right here. Okay, now the pieces are all sewn. I've taken out my pins. We're gonna cut. Make sure you finger press. Okay, here is our cup. We are gonna do the exact same thing on the other side. It's just gonna be a little flipped, and I will show you that now. Okay, so I have finished the other cup. This is how the sections will be. I will sew these, and I'll sew these, and then once it's done, it's just like regular piecing. I'm gonna sew this up, and then I'll show you the final project, and then we'll go from there. Okay, so now that the bra is finished, we're gonna take it on over to the frame where my big quilt is gonna be. So let's get to it. Okay, everyone, we are back and we are ready to quilt. So I've talked a little bit about how I decided to do bras for Breast Cancer Awareness Month. And I am so grateful that I've had this opportunity to do this. I think it has been a great sentiment to me. And as we quilt, there are going to be special things that I put in the quilt to remind us of those who have had breast cancer or those who have passed away from breast cancer and all of that. I am using the Evolution hoop frame right now. I love this frame. It's super sturdy. It helps me with any of my projects. I can lean on it and I don't have to feel like it's gonna curve in or change my stitching in any way. I also love the features of our quilt clamps in the back, of how it rolls, and it doesn't sit on the throat space. That is one of the biggest things. I'm also using our 19X Elite. I use it every single time I can. I think it's just my favorite. I'm going to talk a little bit about why I decided to quilt this the way I am quilting it. With every project, I try to rotate all the different types of quilting and make sure that I am doing all of them and getting familiar with all of them. And I haven't done ruler work in quite some time. So I decided that this is the perfect quilt to do ruler work. So I'm going to be doing a little bit of ruler work, and then I'm also going to be doing a little bit of free motion with calligraphy. And the reason why I'm going to do calligraphy is because I have asked coworkers to submit me some names or send me some names of those who they know and love who have had breast cancer or who have passed away from breast cancer. And I will be writing their initials in the cups of the bras. I think this is really special. I think it's a token for them, and I think it's just a good way to remember them. And I know I've had a lot of people who have impacted my life who have had breast cancer, and it's really important to me to make sure that we always remember them and always to have them with us. So I think that's what I'm going to do. I have decided that a while ago, and I am so excited to get started. I am going to do ruler work, and I'm going to use more of the open space. So on this side of the bra, I'm going to be doing up downs with ruler work, and then on the middle, I will be doing a little bit of lattice work, so diagonal stitching. And then for the rest of it, I'm going to be doing stitch in the ditch. So for ruler work, the things that I need specifically for me, I love our 3x8" ruler. It is my favorite for ruler work. It's the perfect size, and it doesn't hit your space whenever you're in it. That is probably my favorite part because it's super easy to control, and it gives me a little bit more comfort that I know it's about the size of my hand so I can have full placement on it. I also have a ruler base that is under here. Strongly suggest getting that when doing ruler work just because it provides a better area and it holds the fabric in place while you are quilting. Then last, need scissors. Scissors are the most important part because you need to pull your bottom thread. We don't want our bottom threads getting stuck. We need to just make sure we pull the bobbin every single time. Okay, I think we're ready. I think I've explained everything so far. I'm first gonna do a stitch in the ditch on this side. So I'm gonna pull the bottom thread. I'm gonna be grabbing my ruler. I'm gonna be putting it right on the side. Make sure that I have it in place. I'm gonna do a couple of stitches just to make sure my stitch is held in place. Okay, so I've just done a couple single stitches and now I'm ready to get started. I'm doing precise mode. Precise mode is my favorite mode when I am doing free motion. And I'm doing an 11 SPI. I think it's the perfect spacing for this quilt especially. And then of course I'm using our finesse thread, gray thread, and I'm using a little pink color. It's the same color that I used in our piecing. Okay, so I'm gonna get started. So I'm using my ruler to help me keep a guide. I'm making sure I'm going slow. And I'm making sure that I am stitching right in that ditch and a little bit off to it. Okay, and the best part about this is I've placed this in the right mode or in the right setting that it actually stops me right here with the ruler base hitting the end, but I have gotten my full section here. So I think it's perfect. Now I'm gonna go off and I'm gonna quilt probably 1/2 inch. I'm just gonna eyeball it and I'm gonna quilt a little bit up this section. And then I am going to keep quilting until my quilt line is hitting the 1/4 of an inch section on my ruler so that I know I'm having the equal spacing when I go up and down. So I'm gonna move it so it works. So I'm gonna continue. And I'm making sure to go slow because I want to be in the right spot every time. And when this happens and I run out of room, I stop the machine and I move the ruler up and I realign it and I make sure to keep going. Okay. I'll say I did a pretty good job there. I'm pretty happy with it. So let's move to the side a little bit. And we're gonna repeat the same process. So I'm gonna line it up about 1/4 of an inch. And then I'm gonna make sure that this is gonna line up the entire way down so I'm not missing anything. And we just go. And I hit it. Perfect. Okay, I'm feeling pretty happy about this. Ruler work is one of the fun things that I love that I can practice at work. I find it very satisfying because it works out almost every time, especially if I am going slow and paying attention to it. If I'm going a little faster, I can say that some of my projects have not been the best in that area. So I make sure I'm coming up. Awesome. Okay, move it over a little bit. And then line it up. And then I'm gonna come back and down we go. Okay, I think I'm gonna be able to fit one more line in, and then I will stitch in the ditch on this side, and we will be done with this section at least. Awesome. Okay, and then I'm just gonna come all the way down, make sure I'm lined up. Okay, I think I did pretty good. I will say that is probably some of my best ruler work I've done. So I'm happy that I'm showing it to you guys. I would like to know actually how many people have done ruler work and whether they have done it using Grace products or if they've been doing it with others products. I would really like to know because I think it's interesting and I would love to see how many people love ruler work as much as I do. Okay, so now after you've pulled up the bobbin, I have gone ahead and actually already clipped my threads and I pulled up the bobbin again. So what I'm gonna do now is I'm actually gonna travel stitch. I'm gonna do a couple single stitches to make sure it's locked down. And I'm gonna travel stitch right across here. And then I am going to move up and stitch in the ditch on this side of the bra strap. All right, so now we're up at the top. The way that I am going to make sure that I am in line is to use this corner point on the quilt. I will show you when I get to it on the smaller camera just a little bit, but it's where this intersection has. And I'm gonna line up this spot to here, to that corner. So I make sure that I am in a good angle and I'm gonna use this line as the middle line to go and go from there. So let's get started. Okay, and then when I run out of space, I'm just gonna use the line and I'm gonna make sure that I am still there and continue all the way. Awesome. Okay, and then I'm gonna travel stitch up. I'm gonna use the 1/4 of an inch marker on the ruler again to make sure that I am in an equal spot. I'm just gonna make sure I line it up all the way and we're off. After you have your first line, it's so much easier to use that line as a guideline. I keep saying line, I apologize. but it's a lot easier to use it as a guideline for where your next stitch is gonna be. And okay. And then we line up again. All right, awesome. So I feel pretty happy about this. I think it's in a good position. And now I'm going to go ahead, since we are out of time, and I know it's so sad, but I'm gonna show you how I'm gonna do the cross stitch the other way. So I am going to move across the top. And right there. And same thing, I'm gonna use the middle part of this line as my guide, and I'm gonna make sure it's all lined up and everything. And I am going to start. Okay, once I'm here, I'm gonna readjust. I did move a little bit, which I should have stopped my machine, but it's okay. And we're there. Okay, now I'm gonna move my machine up just a little bit, and I'm gonna repeat the same process that I've done. I'm gonna come over here, I'm gonna use the 1/4 of an inch marking to make sure that I'm lined up. And we're set. Okay, and there you have it. That shows us a little bit more. I'm going to pull my bottom thread and I'll show you a little bit. I will go and show you guys the finished project when I am done with it. But I am so happy that you guys joined us for Fall Festival. I hope you're loving it. So here's a little bit, this is a little teaser. This is gonna go on the entire open space, and it's gonna be on every single bra, and then we're gonna have the lines on the side. Okay, I hope you guys are loving Fall Festival so far. This has been so fun for me, and I love sharing projects with you guys. If there's any suggestions for projects, please let us know in the comments. I would love to look at them and get some more inspiration from them. So here is the final project. I am in love with how this quilt turned out. I hope you guys like it too. This is the biggest quilt I have done, actually. I was a little intimidated at first, but I was so happy with it. I worked on a hoop frame and a rolling frame for it, moving between the two, and it was so smooth and so good. I love the lattice work that I did. It's super fun and it adds a lot of texture, and I like the way that how everything is textured, that it actually makes the bras pop out a little bit more. I'm so grateful that you guys joined me for this Fall Festival segment, and I'm so glad that you guys are so supportive. Please, if you try it out, let me know. Post it on social media at Grace Company, either on Facebook or Instagram. And I hope you guys have a great rest of your Fall Festival. Thanks. welcome to Grace Company and to our Fall Festival. My name is Amanda, and this year our theme for Fall Festival is quilting in style. So I was inspired by Karla's baby bubbles blanket technique, so I decided to make a jacket for my nephews. I've never sewn clothes before, so I wanted to practice with a prototype. So I can show you the first version I made here. It's a cute little jacket. I got the pattern from a blog called Sew a Little Seam for a 2T bomber jacket. This was a nice simple pattern. It just has a few pieces to it and a lining. Then there's a hem and a collar and some cuffs with ribbing. There's a zipper. And then these cute little pockets that were a little bit tricky, but they weren't too bad to figure out. For this version, I didn't stuff it like I did the real version. So this real version has the little pockets that Karla uses on her baby bubbles blanket. So in order to make this, you need to have your pattern cut out. Some of these pieces needed to be cut on a fold. So I just traced it to the other side of the paper and made the whole version so I can make it all at once with this technique. Let me show you what I have set up here. So you can see all I have on the frame right now is some batting. So I have it rolled up on the top and bottom bar. I'm on an Evolution hoop frame, but I've put it in rolling rail mode because this is a small project that you can keep within where your machine can quilt. So this is a perfect project for the hoop frame in rolling rail mode. I also have the pieces of my pattern. Then I also have these strips that I've made. I made a pattern of gray and then got a light gray, a black, and then a blue. And I found that you need about 7 of these strips to cover it. The short end of these are 2.5. And that made a good size for the little pockets on the jacket. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to trace one of these pieces directly onto the batting and then layer my strip together and then stitch them using the machine. Then I can stuff it and go row by row, filling the whole thing. So I'm going to clear some of this off and come back to the frame. So let's get started. I have this piece here that I'm just going to trace with a Sharpie. It's okay that it's big and black because it's going to be in the seam allowance and I'm just going to sew over it. So I'll start tracing here. Getting the outside. Okay. Now I have to figure out how to get this pocket here. It's a little bit tricky, but I've cut out the exact same piece out of a different piece of paper so that I can line it up and then pull it away here. Now I can take a pin and pin it in place. And I can do the same thing and trace it with a Sharpie. I can remove this, get it out of the way. So now I have my strips and I can start putting them onto the batting here. So I'm going to line it up, and as you get going you can start adjusting the strips. That's why I've made them extra long so that I can adjust where they are just to make it look like they aren't stacked right on top of each other. But I still need to get this pocket. But this top piece I am actually going to see. So I'm going to line it up and then use a different tool. This is a water-soluble pencil that I can use to trace around. And then, one more time, I'm going to trace the rest of the pattern using Sharpie. These parts are going to be sewn off, so I can still use Sharpie. I use the stuff on the batting to line up the pattern and then trace the bottom. So now I'm ready to stitch over my Sharpie lines and then I can stuff all of the little pockets. So I'll get this here and pull up my bobbin and trace down If I want to keep my lines a little bit straighter, I can use a ruler to help keep it straight. And I'm actually going to change one of the settings on my screen here. Instead of having it pause with the needle up, I'm gonna have it pause with the needle down. That makes it easier to switch back and forth. Go to settings and needle stop from up to down. Really easy to use on this 16 Elite machine. So I'm gonna go a little bit over here, but then I'm gonna stop at each of these lines so that I can go up and make the pocket. Go up and then back down and then continue along. And cut off my bottom threads. So now I'm going to stuff each of these pockets. I have some stuffing over here. I don't want to stuff it too much. One, it'll distort the pattern a little bit, and also you don't want them too poofy. I can also get this little piece with a pencil, just so it's a little bit poofier. Got a chopstick, that can also work. But I don't want any stuffing on this pocket piece. So I'm gonna go ahead and stitch down and move the stuffing out of the way and then stitch down. I'm ready for my next row. I'm gonna line this up here, and all I need to do is line up the edges, make sure that you can cover the whole bottom of the previous row so that you don't have the batting showing through. Then you can pull up your bobbin. Once you get in the habit of pulling up your bobbin, it's super easy to do and it doesn't take a lot of time. Use my ruler here as well. Stop it, pull up the threads. Now I can flip over the next row and do the same thing I did on the previous row. I need to get my lines accurate, so I'm going to place the pattern right over it, use the lines on the batting to line it up, and some of the previous stitching, and then use a Sharpie to trace the lines for this row. And I also need to get the pocket, same thing, and use the water-soluble pencil. Okay. Across. Okay. For this same row, you do the same thing, fill the pockets, then stitch around the pocket rectangle, then continue up the pattern piece until it's completely covered. So I have all of my pieces already sewn up this way, so I can show you how to piece the jacket together using the Little Rebel. Now I'm back at the Little Rebel and I'm ready to sew my pieces together. I did have a few places where my batting was showing through, so I just hand stitched the pieces together, but now I'm going to use the machine to stitch along it again so that the seams match the rest of the jacket. And just stitch over right where the hand stitching is. Bring that up. I'll just trim these threads. And I had one on this one. So next is a really simple part. I've got the back and I need to sew both of the front pieces on. Line the corners up here and sew them down. It does have a thread cutter there. Line up these pieces and sew. So got my front and my back. Now let's do the sleeves. That's what these are. Need to fold them in half and pin it to this seam here. And pin some of the others. And pin along where I'm gonna stitch. Okay, there's one sleeve down, and I can do the other one. Now we're at this point, and we can sew along the edges here to make it a jacket. So I've got the jacket to this point. I'm going to continue adding the hem and the zipper and the pockets off camera. I am finished with this and I am so happy with how it turns out. It is going to look adorable on my nephew. One thing I discovered as I'm doing this version versus my prototype is because this pattern uses a lot of top stitching, it blends in really nicely with the top stitching that you do as you're doing the baby bubbles technique. So that's a nice surprise that I came across. Would love to see what you guys use with this technique. Maybe you can come up with some different colors. I thought like sunset colors would be really fun for like a girl version of this jacket. Or make it bigger and use a pattern that you have for an adult size jacket. I would love to see what you guys do, so you can share your projects with us on social media at Grace Company, either on Facebook or Instagram, and we'll be able to see it and comment. Thank you all for joining us at Grace Company for Fall Festival, and I'll see you soon.
My name is Janna Schofield.
Carly Coles,
Alicia Hunter.
Janice Hansen.
I have been quilting since I was about 17. I made my first quilt when I was 17. My grandmother quilted, my aunt quilted, and my friend was quilting, and we were making quilts for our trousseau.
Oh, I've been quilting since I was like 7. My aunt introduced it to me, so it's been a long time, so 20 years. So my aunt lived in Washington, and so we went up there for a summer once, and that's what we did, and then I was hooked.
I have not quilted. I only pieced quilts, and then I have people that I take the quilt to do the quilting. So I started doing that about 7 years ago.
On and off, I've been quilting for probably about 20 years. Well, my grandmother was a quilter, and my husband's mother and grandmother were quilters. So I knew about quilting because of seeing them do it. My mother really wasn't a quilter, but I just had an interest that I thought it would be fun to do.
I've been sewing since probably 7th grade with my first sewing class. My mother tried to sew, but she wasn't. She didn't like it, and it took weeks for her to do one. It took her weeks to make something, and I thought it was involved. But my sister and I, we wanted clothes, and so we just took a sewing class so that we could start making our own clothes.
Sewing, maybe about 10 years. There's like stuff that I wanted to quilt, but I had to sew first, so then I figured out how to do that for like bags and stuff.
I had a lot of time on my hands. I, at the time, was riding bikes quite a bit, but then I couldn't ride them for a while because I'd gotten hurt. And so I needed something to do. So I bought a sewing machine and went to YouTube and found, I call it YouTube University, and found videos to learn how to sew.
Oh, my whole life. My dad said if we wanted clothes, we had to make them.
I thought it was awesome. I actually have been sewing on an industrial machine to do quilts because it's so much faster, and it happened to break down, so this Little Rebel was able to, when I was able to give input, I wanted something, I knew it had to be fast, and it doesn't need to have bells and all the other fancy stitches, just something that will do that. It was a pleasant surprise when I got it, though, to see that it was an actual quilting machine too. I did not know that. I thought it was just going to be a straight stitch, but that was really a fun surprise to see that it actually quilted too.
I think it was cool because like in my house I don't have room for a huge quilting machine, but I liked the idea of having something that was bigger than what I currently had. So it was kind of exciting, kind of a middle of the range thing that I was looking forward to.
The first time I heard about it, I thought, could something really do that? Could something really be that flexible and that useful?
I think it's a great idea. If someone can't afford the big 21-inch machine, I think the Rebel is a great alternative, especially since you only need one machine to do sewing and quilting.
It was as fast as my industrial machine. I love to have a big bobbin where I can make several quilt tops without, the smaller quilt tops, without having to change the bobbin. That was awesome. To refill it, it only takes 8 seconds. So it is fast, and it's just so easy to have it all set up so you don't have to undo the thread or anything. All you do is push the button and you get the bobbin in seconds. So I love that about it.
Pretty awesome. It's a good blend of both things for sewing and for quilting.
When I first started using it, I started thinking, well, this could replace my sewing machine, and I could get into quilting. And so that has been my goal and my hope as I've been testing this machine. But what's really cool is with the machine, it does both. So I'm learning both. So now I'm really excited to do the quilting. I never realized how easy it could be. I would hear people talk about free motion quilting, and until I did it, I didn't realize I could actually do this. But then the thought of getting a big machine in the small area that I have just wasn't feasible. So I'm really excited about this option.
Well, something that I think is fun to do is hot pads. And the thing that's nice about that is it'll sew easily through layers, thick layers of fabric. And not all machines will do that. You know, when you do a hot pad, you put several layers of batting in it, and being able to just sew through those without any problem is great. I thought it was a nice machine. There are a few things that we're working on to improve it, but I think it's a nice machine.
I made a duffel bag, a quilted duffel bag, because I thought it would be fun to do because it has like a little bit of everything. So you had to start like just piecing the fabric and then putting it all together and then quilting it and then doing everything. So it was just kind of fun to do all the way through. So this is a duffel bag I made using the Little Rebel. I did everything on the bag with the Little Rebel, which was fun, from piecing the fabric to quilting it to then assembling the panels and putting it all together with handles and a zipper. It does have a lining. It's got lots of pieces, which was nice.
Oh, I'm working on a quilt that, it's a kit that I bought. And it has a lot of little tiny squares in it, so I've been putting that together. It's not done yet, but I have been working on that. It is many, many pieces of fabric, probably thousands of pieces of fabric, and they're all just like little triangle type shapes, not much bigger than that. And then you put them all together and make kind of like painting with fabric. The back was just a fun piece of flannel that I found that went with, you know, a bear.
So far, I just started just sewing on fabric and just looking to see what is it doing, how do the stitches look. And then I've started a Christmas quilt that I'm working on.
I did a denim quilt, and it sewed right over the denim like it was just regular. It did not slow down at all over the seams. When I had the seams that I was going over, it sewed. It just flowed right over them, did not stop at all. No slowing down, the stitches aren't bunched. So I had these denim squares already cut out. I used it for the back, and then I just had these scraps that I just put together a quick quilt to try it out. On the denim, it just sewed right over perfectly. I also just did a self-binding on the quilt, and when I top stitched, even over these seams, it's just the continued seam, it didn't, or the stitches all stayed the same. So that worked out really great. And this was my first time at machine quilting. And once I got the hang, it's not the best free motion where it was my first try, but I was pleased with the way it turned out, and it was so easy. Oh, there was a lot of things I loved about it. The The thread cutter is so convenient. It's just a flow as you take the pieces off. You can it just cuts right as you're bringing it out of the machine. I love that.
My favorite feature is the stitch regulation for the quilting is awesome. I like that it's easy to switch from sewing to quilting because all you have to do is like snap on a little foot plate, and that is super easy, and it like adjusts everything else for you, which is really cool. But I like the design on the back of the machine. The like orange peel pattern is really nice, just because it's like an aesthetic thing. It's kind of a cool touch.
I think my favorite feature, number one, is the speed. I love the speed of the Rebel. And I love the way that it has pictures for threading the machine and how easy it is to just set it up and go.
Well, I like that when I start stitching, I don't have to have another piece of fabric to get things started so that it doesn't bunch up a lot. You know, I have another machine that I have to have a piece of fabric to start my stitching so it doesn't bunch up at the beginning of the seam.
Oh, for anybody who does quilts or even just a lot of sewing, it's so easy to sew on whatever fabric I've used so far. I think it could be for anybody. You know, it doesn't do the zigzag and that kind of thing, but for just straight sewing, it works great. It works great for that. For anybody, you can use it for anything. And especially I think it would for heavy projects where it sews through denim so easy, even craft projects, all of that. Yeah, I think it would work for anything.
Oh, I think for anybody who's ready to try it, because it's super simple to operate. It's not complicated, it doesn't have a ton of buttons, and it's just ready to go. So anyone. I would recommend the Little Rebel to anybody who is kind of dabbles in both areas, like sewing and quilting, because it's nice to have one machine that does both. And for people that have like a smaller space or a smaller frame, it's really nice it's a little more compact, which makes it good.
I would recommend the Little Rebel to anybody who wants to do both sewing and quilting, and to not be afraid to really jump into doing the quilting part. I think that that's the biggest fear that most people have, that they couldn't do that. I think the Little Rebel is for everybody. I mean, I really don't think that there's a small group that it would just apply to. I can't see anyone not wanting this kind of flexibility.
Yes, I would recommend it. It's probably more for someone who wants one machine to do both quilting and sewing. But for quilting, not regular sewing that you'd need zigzag or something else.
It makes quilting so much easier and faster, and to have a quilting option on there too. I did do the denim quilt. I made that from start to finish on the Little Rebel. I was pleased with the result of it, and to be able to just put a plate over it and have it automatically turn into a quilting machine. I think that is a great feature for those who like to machine quilt. That's a super, where you don't have to set up another machine. You've got the one machine that does it all.
I think just by making things a little easier, more accessible, because quilting machines can get pretty pricey as far as the big ones go, and it's not doable for everybody. So this is a great entrance, because it's not crazy, it's totally doable, and it's more accessible, I guess, than other models that are bigger and more expensive. I just like the design of it, I guess. I don't know, it's big enough to do a lot of quilting, and you're not confined to a really small space in your quilting area, but it's not massive and doesn't take over everything, which is nice. I think it'd be fun to offer it in different colors. You can pick whichever model you want, I don't think you could do that with any sewing machine. Get a choose your color. That would be super cool. But I like that it is colorful because almost everything is white.
I think that it really will get people into honestly doing something they didn't know they could do. Quilts are beautiful and it's an amazing gift to give someone, and people love getting that gift. And I'm really excited that more people will get to experience that. Get your hands on one if you can, and really look at how it can change and improve your hobby, and really turn it into something that you really look forward to do.
I think it's a nice machine, and I like it, especially for a beginning quilter. Maybe you'll get more people going into quilting because they don't have to put quite as much money out to get into it.
Hey everyone, welcome back. I'm Jarek and this is...
Not Maddie.
No, it's not Maddie. What's your real name?
My name is Julie, and I'm filling in for Maddie today.
Awesome. Well, Julie, you're awesome.
Thank you. So are you?
Everyone that's watching, you're awesome. We're just coming back in to check on you, see how everyone is doing, say hello. Let us know, what are you feeling about today's live segments? What do you think about the last one? What's your favorite one that you saw? You have any questions that you maybe want to know from the audience, Julie?
I want to know what you think about that bubble jacket. I think that's amazing. I want to make everything bubble now because it's just cute and fun.
Yeah, the bubbles look super fun. Man, I need to go back and watch that because I didn't get a chance to see the bubble one, but that sounds super fun. I know Karla does baby bubble quilts, and those look just so adorable.
They are so cushy and fun. We also want to know where you guys visiting from. You're here. You're in our lives right now. We want to be in your lives. Where are you guys at?
Yeah, what's the weather like there as well?
Yeah.
Is it fall? What's the colors like there? I heard from one person in Texas today. They said, "Oh, it's been so dry and I need some rain." I was like, "I hope you get some rain
can have
down
some
there."
of ours.
Colorado. Hi, Tammy. Thanks for tuning in from Colorado.
Ooh, Texas. Hi, Gina. We're coming your way in a couple weeks.
Yeah, we sure are coming down to that quilt festival.
And Sydney in Iowa, Barbara in Virginia, Paula in Indiana.
Upstate New York, the leaves are changing colors.
Oh, pretty.
What's your favorite season, Julie?
Greetings from Ohio, fall, because I'm a fall.
You know, I'm right there with you. I can see your hair's changing color with the season.
Yes, it is.
Well, again, everyone, thank you so much for tuning in and participating in our fall festival. We love you all, and we're glad to have you here with us. Hope you brought your friends.
Oh, yes, bring your friends, because today is Little Rebel Takeover Day.
Takeover of the Little Rebels.
Yes, so all of our segments are going to have some information for you about the Little Rebel. We'll sew a little on it. We'll quilt a little on it.
Yeah, all the projects and everything done today was all done on the Little Rebel. So there you are. There's a whole ton you can do with that little machine. And
yes.
When I say little, I don't really mean little, because 13 inches is quite a lot, isn't it?
It's a little rebel with a big presence.
Yeah, it is.
All right, so we want to know from you guys, what projects are you working on? As you know, the theme for this session of our fall
festival.
Thank you. Is a celebration of quilting and fashion, which to me is like, how many of you really thought about quilting as fashion, right? Yeah. I had a friend last year who quilted on one of our machines and frames a Christmas skirt, and then she turned it into a skirt.
Wow.
So she wore it to a party as a skirt, and then she laid under the Christmas tree for Christmas. It was awesome.
Wow, so was it like one of those tree things?
That go around the bottom, yes.
Dual purpose, that's super cool.
So tell us what you're doing. We want to know what you guys are making.
We're going to hand binding.
Oh, hand binding.
Wow,
that's a lot of work, Deborah.
Right there. Mm-hmm.
Oh, a quilt for the grandbaby.
Cute.
T-shirt quilt? Oh, those are the hardest for me. Oh, yeah.
I've heard that they're difficult.
Baby quilts for the grandbabies. Oh, crocheting a top. Oh, that's going to be cute. A fidget spinner quilt.
Wow.
We want to see that when you're
I'm interested to
done.
know what that's like.
Oh, and a quilt of valor. Thank you so much for doing that. Grandmother's quilt tops and a sewing machine camper. Oh, it's going to be a camper. That's going to be cute.
That's so cute.
You guys need to post some pictures. We'd love to see some of the pictures on this site. Give us some posts. We'd love to see them.
Yeah, I love seeing them when I go to quilt shows. I love to see all the things people do, and there's not, unless you go to like a country fair, you don't really get to see the fashion things. So it'd be fun to see everyone's fashion things shared.
It would. Oh, table runners, getting ready for Thanksgiving and Christmas.
Cute. Fall pumpkin quilt, a few outfits. That's adorable.
All right. So we do want to just mention that our charity that we have chosen this year is Loose Ends. And with Loose Ends, you can donate money, you can donate your time and your talents, or you could submit a project. If you have someone that recently passed away, or hey, they could have passed away a really long time ago, get it done. Have someone help you get those quilts done. If you have friends that need some quilts done, give them those memories. Not just a piece of fabric or a piece of material laying around. Get them that quilt. And remember, you can go to Loose Ends Projects. Let me start over. You guys, I'm not good at this. looseendproject.org is their website.
That's it, looseendproject.org. So please check them out. We're so thrilled to be partnered with them again here now. I think that's super touching, finishing those memories like Julie was saying.
It is, yes.
And that's really great. And because you don't want it laying around, you really want that
you want
finish and have that whole piece all done. And it's super cool that those people finish those for everyone.
And if you have questions, we just want you to know that both Jennifer and Maisie are on today on our chat. So if you want to reach out via the comments, go ahead and comment below and they will give you some answers.
And Julie, we have a bingo thing right here.
We have bingo.
And there's a bingo question that we have, and I guess we kind of just gave it away what the bingo question was going to be.
But can they remember? It's been 2 minutes. I wouldn't be able to remember.
Yeah, maybe you don't remember, maybe you do, but here's your opportunity. Let us know, what does Loose Ends do? That's our bingo question for you.
There you go. What does Loose Ends do?
And for bonus kudo points, what's the website link?
There you go. Okay, so let's spin the wheel and find out what the prize is going to be while you guys get that crazy answer in here.
All right.
It's a red one. All right, so a red is a 45 millimeter comfort cutter.
And tiny little drum roll for who it's going to be.
Okay.
Who has said what it's going to be? Just give it a second. It's coming right on up. We're just making everyone wait with their breath now. There we go, Karen Smith.
All right, Karen Smith, you are a Facebook winner. You're right. They finish quilts for other people that don't have the talent that you guys have. Use that talent and make some memories for some people.
And that is the 45 comfort cutter. And Julie, tell me, what do you think about the 45 comfort cutter?
So of course the 45 is my favorite, right? And the comfort cutter, it saves my wrists. You guys, if you have arthritis, joint pain, it just takes that pressure off your wrist. I can cut all day long and my wrists don't hurt.
Yeah, and on top of that too is, because your hand's right over it, it's just, you can put more pressure on it, so you can do more layers.
More
it's
accurate.
Less
You're
effort
right.
in general. It makes it a breeze. Not to mention the track system.
All right. Do we have another winner? All right, Laurie Hopper, you win on our YouTube site.
And go ahead and roll for them. See what they're going to get.
All right.
Oh, there we are.
Green. You get the triangle ruler bundle.
Those are some fun shapes.
They are.
The triangles.
Yep.
That's one of those things that I'm like, I don't know if everyone has those, but if you have them, it seems like they'd be really handy.
Yes, you do need those bundles. That kite ruler is really nice. All right, you want to roll another one?
Yep, one last one for our platform.
All right, tell us what it is.
Circle cutter.
Oh, circle cutter.
Dawn Watson.
Dawn Watson.
Dawn Watson, you don't even know what's coming your way. The circle cutter, if you haven't seen it before, it's going to blow you away once you figure out how to use it.
The circle cutter is my absolute favorite tool. And it did take me a while to get used to it. But now I make perfect circles. And it's not just circles. You can make circles and then you can cut those circles in half. And then you have a half circle.
Or you can make leaves by, cutting one circle one way and
Right.
then cutting a circle
Circle the
out of
other
that
way.
circle, and then you get little leaf shapes, which is just perfect for fall.
Right. All right. Congratulations to our winners. And remember, you're going to reach out to Allegra at graceframe.com to get those prizes. All right. All right. Let's move on and talk a little bit about our social media platforms. So remember, we're kind of upping our game here. We're moving into this younger world that all of my coworkers have. I didn't even know what Thread was, guys, until yesterday. So
Slowly learning,
yes,
right? That's what the quilting process is anyway.
So we are on Thread at Gray's Company Quilting.
Oh yeah,
Jarek?
Threads. See, I barely
Threads.
even know what a Threads is, but we got a
I know,
Threads.
I was like, what are they talking about? Yes, we have Thread.
We got
All right, Pinterest at Gray's Company Quilting.
Twitter, Quilting Grace, and then we have, TikTok, Grace Company. There's really fun TikToks on
Oh
there.
yeah,
Like if you're not
Ashley.
familiar with TikTok,
You guys
hop
got to
on
watch
there.
Ashley. She's hilarious.
It's real fun. And Facebook.
Gray's
Good old
Company
Grace
at
Company,
Facebook.
Facebook.
Yep, that's where the old people go, like me. And then YouTube, the Grace Company.
And at Instagram as well. So there's like a whole ton of them. And go
Right.
follow us on whatever your favorite one is, or if you're not familiar with one, go check it out. Like maybe that Threads or the TikTok.
Right,
You know,
and
the
they're at
TikTok's
Grace
always
Company
really
Quilting.
funny things on there. Absolutely.
Yes. We're having
So-
fun with our new things, guys. All right, so let's see here. Remember that if you missed this, if you missed content, if you missed the second half of some of the demos, that it will be on our Etched platform that is on our website.
Yeah, that
There
new
we go. There
Threads
it
website
is.
right there, Etched. It's going to be all on there, and I think it's a really neat website to have all
Yeah,
that
it's really
content on there,
nice.
kind of all in one place. To have it, especially with all these fun projects like you were talking about, like the bubble jacket and
I
like
know.
the purses from yesterday with the African
The frog
fabric,
jacket,
all
can't
sorts of really
wait.
fun things
Yes.
in there. So
And you can watch things, old things, guys. I mean, you could see what we did at summer camp. Maybe don't watch that.
why is that, Julie? Is there a reason for that?
I made a fool of myself, but I do that every day. So we're okay. All right. So let's do, what should we do now?
Well, there's the home-based quilter story.
We have a home-based quilter story. Oh, and I was going to read it. I'm so excited about this one. This home-based quilter story is from Roxana in Winfield, Kansas. I started quilting 20 years ago because my mother-in-law had seen some Elvis fabric for sale. I hope it was velvet. She turned to me and said, I wish I could make a quilt. I told her that I think I can. How hard could it be? Little did I know how I would fall in love with quilting. I bought the fabric. She was admiring it because she loved Elvis. I love Elvis.
Understandable.
She loved it, and when she passed, I got it back. I sewed it on a home sewing machine and quilted it on the same machine. Since then, I've now done over 100 quilts. I now have the unique 21 quilt motion and a Continuum 2 frame. I love quilting still. Isn't that awesome? I mean, she went from not even thinking about quilting to her mom finding some fabric and wanting a quilt to quilting this quilt for her. And now she's done over 100 quilts. That's just amazing. The things that will get you into this, right? I did not quilt before I came here. And now my love of quilting has just flourished.
It really has, yeah. It's like one of those things you're like, oh, quilting, huh? And that, you know what? That really speaks to me as well. It's like definitely a really home-based quilter, and
Right.
also it reminds me of the Little Rebel too. It's because like I'm gonna try it out, see what I can do, and then next
Exactly.
thing you know, you're just
Now I'm piecing.
now I'm piecing, now I'm quilting, now I'm having a fun time, and now I can't even stop doing it. It's
Right.
so fun, right?
Exactly.
Or it's your go-to, what you do to relax and get away from the world, kind of
Right.
So your pastime, they're kind of a little bit of solace in
Right.
what's going on.
So, you guys, coming up next, before we get to our drawing, I'm going to do that last, give you some suspense. Our next segment coming up is Lori in our education department. She is going to quilt and sew a mermaid costume, a mermaid tail with seashells. I can't wait to see that. Maybe she'll let me have the costume when she's done.
Yeah, we'll have to see. We'll have to see.
We'll be on an airplane that day, but I could look good getting on that plane.
You never know. I mean, there's lots of really fun costumes you see if it's Halloween at the festival, you know, all the ladies dressing up in their costumes.
Exactly.
You can fit right in. Just not in that sort of way, Julie. Not
And
in that
then there
sort
will
of
be
way.
young people tagging along going, I wish I dressed up and was cool like these old people. All right, guys. So let's do our drawing for, tell us what we've won.
It is a 10-foot light bar.
Oh, 10-foot light bar. You guys, you can use it anywhere. You're making tacos, you can't see? Pull that on over.
Pull on the light bar.
You've got a sliver, can't see it? Pull that on over.
Absolutely, and you can never have enough light, especially with quilting. You got to see those colors good. So let's give a drum roll here and see who is winning the prize.
All right, you ready?
Mary Jane.
Mary Jane, you're the winner of the light bar.
She's gonna
Congratulations.
She's gonna be able to see everything now.
She's gonna see everything.
You know, if she doesn't have a whole ton of light in her room, or she's in the basement, because you know quilting takes up a lot of space, and we gotta find space where we are as home-based quilters. So that light bar, it's got those wheels on there.
Move it anywhere you want. Yep. So if nothing else, you know, put it on your makeup counter. You'll see if that makeup's too light, too dark.
So thank you everyone for tuning in with me and Julie. We're going to get right into that next segment with Lori.
Here comes Lori, and she's going to make a mermaid costume.
We'll see you next time.
Bye.
Welcome. Today we're going to teach you how to make a pattern and sew and quilt a mermaid costume for any size. First, we start with taking a pair of leggings that work for your child, and we are going to mark at the knees, and you can usually tell where their knees are worn, where the knee is. So at that point, I place a pin at the knee, and then I'm going to take a measurement about 2.5 inches above that, and I'm going to mark 2.5 inches on my paper. And then I'm going to put the top part of the legging at the top, and then I'm going to fold the leggings under at my pin. And then I'm going to draw, leaving enough room for seam allowance around the edge of my leggings. This gives me the basis for this part of the mermaid tail. So we're going to cut this out using paper scissors. Okay, that's the main part of your mermaid tail. At that point, when you cut the fabric out, this will be your fold. So when we go to create the mermaid tail, we know, and I'm going to use my cutting mat to kind of help me, that the top and the bottom of the mermaid tail is going to be double. So this was the top of my mermaid tail, this is the bottom. So I'm working with the bottom. And so it's about 5.5 inches wide, so I'm going to double that. So I need the bottom of my tail to be approximately 10 inches. So I'm going to mark 10 inches as what the width of my pattern is. Now, for me, for a child, I usually take about 2 hand lengths to make the tail a little wider. So I want the bottom of my tail to be about this wide. Now, I'm going to come back to my leggings, and I'm going to take the measurement, adding a seam allowance of what the top of that tail will be. So I'm going to measure the middle of my tail. Now I have like approximately 18 inches, and so that is going to be about half. So that'll be 9 inches. So the middle of my tail is going to be here. So I'm just going to kind of make a couple of measurements of 9 inches in different parts so that I know where the middle of the tail is. So now, as I place this, I'm going to leave a seam allowance here, and I'm going to leave a seam allowance up here. And as you can tell, it's easier with the grid map behind me because I can kind of judge where that seam allowance is going to be. So remember that 10 inches? So I know this is the middle, so I need my 5 inches to be right there. So I'm going to mark here, and I'm going to mark here. So that's the 10 inches that I need it to match this pattern. So I'm going to set it on my grid, and I'm going to draw a line. And this will be the top of my mermaid tail for the back fin. And that's this fin right here that I'm talking about, this one right here. And so now I want to create the fin, and I'm going to kind of curve a line that goes from that edge to my seam. So at that point, I'm going to try to draw a line the same way here. Now, they may not match completely at that point, but then I'm going to cut out this part of the design at this point. I'm going to set my tracing paper a little to the side here because I'm still going to need it for the other fins that I did in the front. Okay, so now I'm going to take this fin and I'm going to fold it in half. And then I'm going to trim it so they both match. Okay, now I'm going to measure that, and it's 9 inches, so I'm going to take half of that, which is the 4.5 mark. So then I'm going to take that measurement, and it's 2.25 mark. And same with this, 2.25. At the 2.25 mark, I want to dart up a little. So I am going to actually just dart up about 1/2 inch. So I'm just going to mark it. And so then I'm going to bring it up, and then bring it back down, and then bring it up to that mark, and then back down. And then I'm going to cut them together. And then you have your bottom fin, and then it'll sew onto your top bodice. Okay, now, as you notice, I decided that I wanted different kinds of fins on the top part. So I have 4 little fins, and they look like they could be different, but they're actually the same fin. So what we're going to do is we are going to create a similar fin from the big fin. So I'm going to take this edge, because I want them to be about the same length, and I'm going to trace that outside edge. And then I'm going to mark the middle, because as you see, they're pretty close to that middle. So I want them about 1 inch in, so I'm going to take 1 inch off that middle measurement so that I can stagger them. Now this is where it's up to you on how you want your fin to look, but I just first took a measurement that kind of went like this. I just drawed it slowly, and then I decided I wanted to just kind of make some curves, and that's up to you how you want it. So I'm going to cut it now, kind of the way I want. The lines are just kind of a guideline for me. And of course, I have like my seam allowance at the top because I have the same seam allowance on all of the different pieces. So now I have the 3 pieces that I need to cut out my mermaid material. So to do the shells, I take the child's hand and I stick the child's hand on a piece of paper. I kind of trace out the outline of it, and that's how I create the size of shell that you need for the costume. When you're picking your fabric, you want to stretch fabric, so as the child or the adult moves, the fabric will move with them. I have 2 different fabrics here that I purchased, so those are the ones that I have chosen to work with today. So the only thing you need to remember is that you're going to cut on the fold. So to save your fabric, because most of this fabric is really wide, you're going to want to create 2 folds, one on one side and one on the other. That way, you have more of the fabric to work with. So if you lay it out and you put the selvages together, I can then place the main part of the tail on the fold there, and then I can also cut the rest of the pattern out on this part of the fabric, so that I am not wasting my fabric. And that's all you need on that part. So after you've cut, you're going to cut out 2 of your main part of the tail. You're going to cut out 8 of the fins, the smaller fins, and you're going to cut out 2 of the bigger fin. You will cut out 4 of the shells, and then once those are cut out, for the batting for the main fin, you're going to cut out 4 of those. So you have one for each fin, and you're going to cut out 1 of the batting for the back fin. So when you go to sew the fins, you're going to take your pieces and you're going to put the right sides together, and you're going to line up the batting, and then you're going to pin them together like this. And then you will sew around the edges of all the pieces like this and leave an opening so that you can turn your pieces that need batting inside out. And the shells are probably the hardest thing to turn because they're the smallest. But if you stick your finger in there and you pull the inside fabric towards you, you will be able to get all of it pulled through. And then you're just going to kind of push each section out so that it shows the shell or your fin. So this is what it looks like once it's done. Okay, so there's 2 ways of doing it. You do not have to sew this if you don't want to, but if you want a finished look on the inside, if you don't have a serger, you can sew the whole area around it like this. And then you will still have enough room for your seam allowance as you sew them to the main part of the tail. So next we are going to show you how to sew around the edges of the tail and how to quilt. So now we're going to show you how to sew the pieces that you need to sew on the Little Rebel. We're in sewing mode, and I have the main part of the mermaid tail, and I'm putting the right sides together, and I'm going to stitch down both sides of the tail. If you haven't noticed, I'm using the guide that comes with the Little Rebel. It helps keep my seam allowance where I want it to stay. So both sides are stitched, and I am just now clipping my threads. Now I'm going to sew around and put the batting on the rest of my fins. I am keeping everything at a 5/8 seam allowance, just like you do any of your adult patterns. And if you notice, both on the Little Rebel has a vertical and a horizontal measurement, so it helps you to know when you need to turn your fabric, which is very helpful. After you cut your threads, you notice the little curves that you sew on the fin. You need to clip to the thread so that when you turn it, it is easier for those curves to come out. You also want to cut your tip so that it doesn't get too thick in the tip area. So I'm cutting each tip on each end of the fabric so it turns easier. And as I turn it, just keep working the fabric until you get the point at the end to come through. Points are the hardest part. That's why you clip the end so that it makes it easier to pull it through. And it looks a little thicker right now, but as you sew it, it will pull it down. So we're going to show you how to do that, but as I pull it through now, I'm going to look at those areas and I'm going to separate the material and pull it out so that I can see the curves on each one of those. And here at the end, I sewed in a little so that I had a little section that will help me to be able to sew my top area and flip that under, and it gives me a natural seam guide to know where to sew the seam and put the fabric under. So now, like this one, we're going to sew around the edges of the fin. And you can see how nice the Little Rebel sews on these different thicknesses. It just likes to sew over about any kind of fabric thickness. It just sews right over with no problem. it sewed completely over the edges, even over the thick area of the bottom. You can continue to sew around all the different pieces that you need, and then we will show you how to quilt them. And at the end, we'll come back and sew them together. So we have now changed from sewing mode to quilting mode. We now have the quilting plate and the quilting foot, and we are going to quilt lines through the small ones, and we are going to quilt around the shells on the larger ones. So that is how you quilt the lines, and this is how all three of them look once they are done. We are now going to quilt the shells on your tail. Your shells will only show on one side, so don't worry about them looking nice on both sides. They will just look quilted on the other side. So as we start, we're going to start on the bottom, and we're going to quilt along the bottom of the shell, and on the way back, we're going to quilt along the top. So that is how you quilt on the bottom, and then you'll turn on the top, and you will continue until the whole tail has been quilted. We will then attach to the bottom of the tail. You will then pin the right side to the right side of the tail. And sew the back on the one side, and then you'll pin all four tails in the front so that they line like this when they are turned. The next thing that we're going to do is, as I did here, you will take your shells and you will line them on the chest of any shirt, that any color that you desire. And I just embellished it a little bit. You don't have to do that. With some shells, I use shell necklaces. You can use like fishing line to put shells on attach them to the shirt so that it looks like an actual bikini top. And when you're done, this is how your mermaid tail will look. So for the waistband, basically what you do on the elastic is you will turn it under and make a casing. We just turn under the 2 inches and then fold under a 1/4 inch, and then we sew along that edge. We leave about 1.5 inches open so that we can insert the elastic. The best way to insert the elastic is to put a safety pin on your elastic, and I use the no roll elastic for your waistband so that it doesn't roll on you. And then you will guide the elastic through the waist, and then you can pin this in to the other side so it doesn't slip in through your waistband on you. And then when you get it all the way through, you will take both sides and you will sew a little inseam on it so that it will be the waist of whatever your child's waist measures, or you if you're making an adult costume. But your fin will eventually look like this with the waistband inside. And see how it's sewn inside, it's cased inside. On these, I did not sew the seam. You can leave them open even if you want. I did a little reinforcement there. You don't have to do that when you sew the actual end like I did here. So sew the end if you're not going to serge them, so you don't have to have that reinforcement. But here is your mermaid tail and your mermaid bikini top, and you can use any color shirt that you want on that. And we hope you have a good day and hope you've enjoyed this opportunity to join us and learn about how to quilt with the Little Rebel. Thank you and have a good day.
Welcome everybody. Hi, my name is Megan Shirley. I'm from the Education Department, and today I'm going to show you how to make a quilted jacket. I've seen these a lot on Pinterest and Instagram, and it's something that I had always wanted to try to do, but I had never done it. And so for Fall Festival, I decided that I would give it a shot. And so I'm in the process of making the jacket right now, and I've been using half square triangles. So what I did is I found a pattern. I used moved fabric pattern, so I'll show you that a little bit later. But it needed 4 yards of fabric. So I decided to piece in half square triangles because it was simple and easy to use. And it was something that I could focus on the jacket, since that is something that's harder for me to sew. So if you are familiar with garment sewing, feel free to be a little bit more creative in the whole jacket piecing part. But if you're like me and it's a little scary, then do something simple like half square triangles. And so to get started with half square triangles, it's actually really simple. So you start with just plain blocks. So I have these as an example of these plain blocks. And so these will shrink, so cut them at least 1/2 inch bigger than what you're planning on your final size to be. So I wanted 5-inch squares, so I cut these to 5.5 each. And so what you do is you take the block, and on the wrong side, you draw a line like this. And so I'm going to take my ruler here and put it from corner to corner on the block that I want to draw the line. I chose to draw the lines on the colored blocks because it wouldn't bleed through to the other side, and this is my background fabric, and so I wanted it to be hidden. So I take my marking tool and I draw a line all the way across the block. And you do this for all of your color blocks, or the blocks you choose to draw a line on that you have. And so then you put the right sides, you take your background block and you put the right sides together like this. And you can pin them and you can clip them together so they don't move. And so when you take it to your sewing machine, you're going to sew a 1/4 inch on each side of this line. So now I'm going to show you how to sew these half square triangles together on the sewing machine at the 1/4 inch on each side of the line. So here I'm at the sewing machine. This is Grace's new Little Rebel. I'll be demonstrating sewing mode today. I have here a sewn block. So when you cut it, it ends up looking like this. And so you have, for each of your squares, you'll end up with 2 blocks that are sewn like this. And so with half square triangles, you can have the line here. You can chain piece them really easily and get them done pretty quick. So you line it up on your 1/4 inch here on your machine, and then you sew along that line. And if you decide to chain piece them, then you just put the next one right here, or you can stagger it this way and line it up on the other side, the other 1/4 inch. But I'm going to do it the same direction. So then you can cut them, and then you flip it over like this, and then you can do the other side. So when you're done, you should have something that looks like this. And you can have them chain pieced in long lines. And so what you do is you go here and you just cut the threads in between them. Then you'll take your ruler like this and then cut along that line that you drew. So then you're left with 2 blocks. And so then you can iron them out, and what you'll see is that you have these little tails here at the corners. And so you're going to want to trim those. So you're going to want to make sure that your block is the width, the size that you want it to be. So here minus 5 inches. So then I'm just going to trim the little triangles off of my blocks. And you can line them up diagonally on your ruler. So you can line the half square with the line on your ruler, and then just trim off the little squares. And so then when you trim them all off, then you can arrange them however you want. So this is how I arrange them. So I would have the colors be like this. And so then you get my square. Or you can change them and arrange them in different ways to get different patterns depending on what you want. So you can make them pinwheels, you can make them diagonals. It's up to you however you want to arrange them. Half square triangles have an infinite number of arrangements, so pick the one that you like and arrange all of your blocks that way. And you can lay them out so you can see the full pattern. So after you finish your half square triangles and you lay it out, you get to the quilting phase. And so this is my fabric quilted. So I chose to quilt it in a very skinny and a long format. So I had my yardage, and so I could accommodate it to my machine, so I could do as much as was needed for the pattern. And so I laid them out so they would have these squares because I liked the look of them, and you can see the quilting better. And you can choose different layouts. Half square triangles are great in that you can change the layouts however you want. Some of them on here, you will see that I have some different arrangements as I was testing it out and seeing what I liked. And so I ended up in this square 9-point pattern because that's how I liked it to look. And so then you can grab your pattern. So here are the pieces of my pattern. And I chose to get my pattern from Mood Fabrics. It's the Blackthorn coat pattern. And you can use any pattern that you like for this, any jacket pattern, and follow the instructions on how much yardage you need. And so for this coat in particular, I needed 4 yards so I could do everything. And so for this, because I quilted it first before I cut it out, I don't need a lining. And so that'll save me some time and some space. So I'm going to cut out the back of the coat here. And so I'm going to bring it to the edge of my quilting. Bring it towards me. And with a jacket pattern, I'm not a garment sewer traditionally, but make sure you look at the sizing instructions and make sure it fits you. So for me, I ended up using a 2022 size for my coat because I liked it bigger and I wanted it to be able to fit over clothes. So make sure you pay attention to the instructions on your pattern as well as the quilting instructions. So I'm going to pin it here. And I'm going to pin my pattern to the fabric. So I'm just pinning in the middle of all of the pieces and at the corners so it doesn't move. Okay, so now that I've pinned in everywhere that I want it, I'm going to take my fabric scissors and cut it out. So I'm going to start with this edge to give myself a clean edge to work with, since my fabric is a weird shape because of the batting and the backing that I needed to quilt it. And this will feel a little strange. Cutting up a quilt that you spend a lot of time on is not something that comes naturally to quilters. And so it's okay to rearrange and to try again if you don't like how it turned out. And another thing to be sure of is make sure you have really sharp fabric scissors for this. It is the thickness of a normal quilt, so you have the backing, the batting, and the top, plus all the quilting, so it might be difficult for you to cut through it. And so for a nice clean edge, make sure you have sharp scissors. So now I'm going to cut around and make sure you cut your notches and so you have them later. So you can cut your notches in 1/8 of an inch, so it'll be in the seam allowance, so you won't see it, but you can still have your notch when you need to put the jacket together. This feels like sacrilegious right now, cutting this thing up, after I spent so much time on it. So some tips on cutting your pattern pieces, make sure they're the right direction. So I cut out 2 of one side of the back. So make sure if you're cutting them out individually, flip your pattern over to the wrong side so that you have two pieces that'll go together instead of the same piece twice. And so once you get to this point with your pattern, then you can pin along the seam that you're going to sew. Making sure it's all lined up, we'll pin along the back. For this particular pattern, it's a 1/2 inch seam allowance, so make sure you look at your jacket pattern to make sure to see what seam allowance that they have specified for your specific pattern. This will be pattern specific and not going to be a general rule, so make sure you follow their instructions. So here I am at the machine again to sew my jacket together, at least so this is how my jacket comes together. So for mine, I need a 1/2 inch seam allowance, and so on the Little Rebel here, we have this seam gauge right here that you can put. So I've set mine to 1/2 inch, so my fabric will butt up against this seam gauge, and it'll give me a straighter line and a more even seam. So I'm going to take my jacket here, put it in, and so if you can see this, my fabric is up against the seam gauge, and so it's giving me a reference point, so I don't have to keep adjusting it along the way. And I like to take out my pins a little bit early because I'm always afraid of running over my pins while I'm sewing. And that's pretty much personal preference. You can put your pins in different ways to make it easier for you, but this is the way that I like to do it. And so now our jacket is together. And so for this seam, you can do a couple of things. So if you have a serger, you could serge this seam after you iron it open, or you can bind it. So I'm probably going to bind mine because I don't have a serger at home. But this is what the jacket will end up looking like in the back. So you have a seam right down the middle. And so I didn't want mine to line up completely because I like the patchwork look. And so if you want to line them up, you can cut it more carefully than I did. And so you can have the square pattern continue. But I wanted to give it a more organic feel to it, and this is how I decided to put my jacket together. So at the end of this project, I have a couple tips and tricks and things to share with you while you make your own. First is read your pattern. Read your jacket pattern really closely and make sure you cut it out the right direction. I have cut out, I can't tell you how many times I've cut out 2 legs of the same pant or 2 sides of the same jacket. So make sure you cut it out correctly, or you can fold it, but make sure you read your instructions. Every single instruction will be different, so make sure you have the right seam allowance and the right way of putting it together. Second, when you quilt it, if you want to do something contrasting, make sure you are very comfortable in your design. So I free motioned the quilting on my jacket, and you can use automation or free motion. It depends on what you're comfortable with. and do something that you don't mind looking at over and over again. You'll be wearing it, it'll be out and about, it'll be in public, so make sure you're proud of your work and it's something that you want to see. And so I really liked the way I did mine. It has some contrast, but it's also very similar. And so it has that pop of color that I was looking for, but it doesn't take away the focus from my focus colors. Another thing that I have as a suggestion is make sure you have sharp scissors and have the basics around you. You'll need a ruler and a rotary cutter and snips. Have those around you, they'll be very helpful. And also, if you are uncomfortable with garment making, you can always make a mock-up of the jacket beforehand. So make it out of a fabric that you don't particularly care about or you're not going to miss later. And you can make a jacket so you can see how it looks on you and if you're going to like it. And so that's something that I would recommend doing if you're uncomfortable with garment sewing. I've done that in the past and it's really helped me. And so I want to show you the final product of my jacket. So on the inside we'll have binding and it's all bound, and something that I particularly wanted was not to make sure that threads were coming out or you could see the inside, so I wanted to make sure it was bound. And it's really long, and for winter time, if you don't like it as long in your pattern, make sure you shorten it and make sure you're comfortable with your machine. Something that I learned during this project is that every machine has a personality, and make sure it works well with the thread that you chose to use. I had some tension issues and thread breakages. If you don't like your quilting, you can take it out and start over. So get comfortable with your machine. If you're not comfortable doing this first, then do a couple trial runs beforehand so that you really do feel comfortable with your machine and you get to know your machine. Your machine is just like your computer. The more you use it, the more comfortable you'll be with it. So this is the final product of my jacket. I love the way it hits me and the way it fits, and I used really big buttons on the front. So make sure your closure is the way you want it to. You can use a zipper, you can use a button. I didn't want to put a zipper in mine, so I didn't. I used a button closure, but I used these really big buttons, so I didn't have buttonholes in mine because I was afraid of how it would work with the quilting, and so I just decided to do a loop on the outside of my jacket. And so I'm really grateful that you guys decided to take this journey with me, and I'm really excited. We want to see yours. So if you have any questions or problems with this, please reach out to us at education@graceframe.com. Send us an email and we can get back to you as soon as we can. And make sure, share your final products with us. We want to see how you do your own jacket. Every jacket will look different in the way you piece the quilt itself and the pattern that you use. And so we want to see how you do your own patchwork jacket or your own quilted jacket, and that one that would keep you warm with us at Grace.
My full name is Jerry Lynn Marshall.
Karla Anderson.
Heather Martin.
I have played with quilting. I made my first quilt top in high school 40 plus years ago. I made a quilt top to cover a quilt made by my great grandmother. And then I've done little things for my children, friends. Nothing very fancy. Most any quilting I've done has been tying a quilt on a quilting, like the old wooden frames. Really, at this point, I'm still kind of playing around with it. I'm still learning.
The last few years I've been quilting. I enjoy it. I enjoy putting pieces together like a puzzle.
I started quilting in college. Growing up, we always had a sewing machine in our house, and we'd do little things here and there, but my mom's not a quilter. I just took a quilting class in college when my friend talked me into it, and so I kind of dabbled in it a little bit, and then a few years into my marriage, I had run into this friend and went to her house, and she just had quilts everywhere. So I re-caught the bug, and then just have been quilting ever since.
I've done a lot of sewing. I've been sewing since I was 7 or 8 years old, starting with doll clothes, and then I made most of my own clothes in high school. I've made wedding dresses. Most of my experience is fashion sewing. But I have done, like I said, I've done like some baby blankets, just stitch in a ditch type stuff.
I've been sewing since I was in high school because I had to take my class, and then my mom sewed and my stepmom sewed, and I just sewed. I like sewing. Oh, I'll do some clothes, I'll do stuffed animals.
I think I've always sewn. Just like I said, we had a machine all growing up. We would hem pants. I took a clothing construction class in high school. I made a little dress that one of my daughters wore several years later. But I'm not really into sewing. I prefer quilting.
I actually was I was excited about it because a machine that will stitch the piecing, do the piecing and do the quilting seems like it would make it a lot easier rather than having to, go back and forth between machines. So I'm really excited about it.
I wasn't aware that Grace just did quilting machines. So when they said they're doing a sewing and a quilting, I'm thinking many different stitches of sewing like you get with a Singer. And then when it was just straight stitch, and it's really just a sewing machine going to a quilting table, I was real excited. And then when I found it was a straight stitch, I thought, well, that's kind of like the Juki I have.
When I heard about it, I thought it sounded really exciting, like a really fun, like game changer to be able to go from piecing to quilting. When I first started using it, it was not a love connection, but they've been working out a lot of kinks. So now I love how fast it sews. I think the laser feature for like sit-down quilting is super fun. I haven't used it for long arm quilting because I have a Unique 19 X Elite, so I haven't been real motivated to use it for quilting. But I did get a carriage, so I would like to try it. I just haven't yet.
I work with about 34 people at the high school that I work with, and so I've started working on little Christmas projects. I've been making these little quilted placemats that they can use to put on their desk for their lunch. So that was it's the little Christmas everybody gives each other Christmas presents, and I thought, well, this would be a good way to get those done. I did use it on. I did do some just straight stitching on a commission project that I have that I'm working on because it was a mock-up that I started with, and so I've used it on the mock-up that I was using for a commission project as well. So right now it's the only sewing machine that I have up in my sewing room is just the Little Rebel. So anything I'm doing on the Little Rebel.
I pieced a quilt top that is sitting folded nicely at my house. It's 72 by 72 and it went together so fast.
I do like that I don't have to go to a different machine to do the quilting part on the little mats that I'm making. That's been really nice. I really have appreciated just switching out the foot, yeah, to do the quilting part.
The speed is nice. I do like the speed. It probably works really good on the cutie table. I like the throat is bigger than my Juki, so I really like that.
I like the speed. I love how fast it sews. Like I said, I was doing a quilt the other day. I got the whole quilt top done in 4 hours or less.
I think it's going to be a great little machine. I think it's going to be a great machine for somebody who is not even just the beginner, but somebody who, like, they don't want to have to move machines back and forth. You know, it's got a nice deep throat still. It's got 12 or 13 inches of throat space that you could easily do a full-size quilt, like an adult-size quilt, and not have to change your machine?
For beginners, I think it'll be great because you'll be able just to sew it, and then you just move your machine to your table without having to wonder how you're going to get it quilted. You know, now you got to go somewhere else. No, I think it's going to be good for beginner quilters. And for those that are quilters, I think it's going to be a good machine.
I think the Little Rebel is good for somebody just getting into quilting, like a little stepping stone towards maybe getting something bigger. But I think anybody can use it. I think for people who don't have the setup or the space or the ability to have a bigger machine, I think it's really cool that it's got that capability. Anybody who doesn't have the space for multiple machines, or anybody who's got a cutie because it's got a great throat space, yeah, just anybody that needs that smaller machine versus like a big large machine, or somebody that can't have multiple machines.
I think for someone who doesn't have a lot of space in their home, who wants to pick up this hobby or, you know, start making quilts and things like that, I think it will make it much more accessible to them. I have the space to put a big quilting frame in my house with a nice big long arm. But honestly, that's only because I don't have children at home. I have empty space in my house now. But if I were even 10 years ago, there's no way I could have put a quilting frame in my home. If I'd had the opportunity to do this 10 years ago, I'd have jumped on it. Because I can put it in a space that I can, you know, still have my family and not kick somebody out of their room.
Awesome.
So
That was my last question.
Okay.
So
I think it's cool that you can go back and forth from piecing to quilting, because typically your quilting machine is a quilting machine, your piecing machine is a piecing machine. So I think it's amazing that you can just switch back and forth with ease. I think it's pretty. I love the orange peel on the petal and on the panel on the back. I think it's a really fun little touch to give it a little bit of quilting personality, and I think the blue is a nice calm color. Yeah, I think it's been fun.
Hey everyone, it's Justice.
And I'm Laurel.
And we're the Daniels. I work in marketing.
I'm on the sales team.
And we're so excited to show you about the Little Rebel, our new 13-inch sewing and quilting machine.
Yes.
LJ, what is your favorite part of the Little Rebel?
You know, great question. Honestly, I love the 13-inch throat space combined with the height.
That is nice.
I love that. I think it's super unique to what this machine is, especially for what the industry is. There is nothing that has that combined throat length and height.
Yeah, and I'm super excited for just the story and message of what it can do. We're hoping that you can feel fearlessly creative. Should we go ahead and show it off?
Let's go ahead.
Right out of the box, the Little Rebel comes equipped to do sewing. That means it's going to have your presser foot and your foot pedal all ready to go.
Yes, I love that, right? Think about that. That's one of the things you're like, all right, I got a new product, I'm excited to use it, and sometimes there's some setup required with it, not with this wonderful Little Rebel, right? Right out of the box, you're able to pull it out, turn it on, and get going with it.
Set it on your workspace and it's ready to go. It's got a nice sturdy handle so you can actually lift the machine up, not worry about it breaking, and it's got really easy to use and intuitive buttons that we'll get into right now on the front of the machine.
Yeah, so let's go ahead and take a look, starting over here on this side. So right over here on this side, you're gonna see it actually is your speed adjustment. Now this is really fun to see. I love it because it has a sound for you when you click it. And it is also nice to see that even within one of these, there actually is a different, you'll see it kind of goes a lighter blue. So there's actually 2 settings within each of these points here. Show you that again. Click it down, so super simple, but again, you can see the light actually adjust. It dims just a little bit. When you hit it up, it goes brighter and then kicks it over to this one.
And that's awesome because that's the same thing you're gonna notice on your stitch length. It has that dual step lighting is what we're calling it. And when we're talking about lighting, man, there's a lot of lighting on this little machine, isn't there? For instance, we have all the lighting in the throat. So your whole throat is lit up with this nice bright light, and even your needle area. So your workspace right around your needle has high visibility. And what's really cool, we didn't overlook the small details, is it has this awesome bobbin light. So you're able to get into that area, get your bobbin case out, and exchange it. And talking about bobbins, we have a really great bobbin winder.
We do. So this is a wonderful, what we call optical bobbin winder. So one thing you notice right off the bat is it is built into the machine. So some other machines, it is a separate entity. With this, it sits right on it. So there actually is 2 different motors sitting in this machine. One that helps run the machine itself, another that goes directly to the bobbin winder. So if you want to, you're getting all fancy, you can be quilting or sewing and winding a bobbin at the same time with
without any power loss, without anything like that.
Without any of that. And then again, with it being an optical, it is unique that you can actually set the distance that you want your bobbin to fill to. So for example, if you're working on a project and you have a last little bit that you need to do, you don't need a full bobbin because this can take an M-class bobbin, so even bigger than what fits in your normal domestic machine. You're like, hey, I definitely don't need that space, right? You can set it to where it'll only half fill or whatever distance you want. And then there is also a start and stop button, or a pause, if you will, to again allow you fully adjust and set it to what you're needing for your project.
And going back to that M-class bobbin, for instance, that's about 50% bigger than a normal bobbin in a domestic machine. So that's very nice for the extra size to go a little bit further without having to change it out. And when you're talking about bobbins, you're thinking about your thread. We actually have a really good thread system set up here that maybe we could go into. There's the pad printing that actually helps you thread it right the first time. So you don't have to worry about, hey, it's a new machine, maybe you don't know fully how to do it. And we actually, with that, have 2 thread cone holders on the back of this machine.
Yes, which ties right into kind of, again, what we were talking about, that you can be winding a bobbin and still allow your machine to be fully threaded so you can be stitching with it.
Right, and so you're winding your bobbins, you're threading your machines. Sometimes you're gonna have to cut the thread. And so we actually have 2 thread cutters on this machine. One right back here near the bobbin, so when your bobbin's full, you can just make a clean cut, take the bobbin off, put it in your bobbin case. And there's also a thread cutter on the front of your machine. It's a little sneaky, it's blue, but you can take your thread and just run it along there and make a nice clean cut.
That is wonderful to be able to have a thread cutter in both spots, right up here at the top where you need it for your bobbin, as well as down here when you're actually working in your space.
It's awesome.
With that, I do want to actually come in here and we're going to focus on a few other buttons down here that you can use both when quilting and sewing, but some of them that are used more specifically with the sewing aspect of it. So we're going to start right here at the top. So this first button we have here is your super simple needle up, needle down. All you got to do is click it once. You see it's going to activate it for me. Again, whatever position you need it to sit in. This next one is more, again, for that sewing side. So this is actually a back stitch. So once you have your machine going, if you need to go back over an area to kind of sew it off, super simple, have the machine running, and then you actually want to push and hold the button. That's the key. You have to push and hold it, and that's where it'll know to kick back into, again, that kind of reverse mode for you. And then down here at the bottom, again, we have that super simple, easy start and stop button.
Very easy, very intuitive, just like the buttons we went over earlier. And now I want to flip the machine around maybe so we can show some of the detail on this other side, because it really just is a cute machine. It's very fun, very nice. And on here you'll notice just some subtle patterning. If you remember the foot pedal I showed you earlier, there's actually a little bit of a pattern here that ties into the patterns on the side of your machine. Not only do we have that, I wanted to show off the presser foot release. It's just up here on the front of your machine, and it's a nice simple up-down to raise and lower that presser foot.
Wonderful. I think if you're ready, Justice, I want to show everybody how we can switch over from this presser foot into a hopping foot, and then actually show you how easy it is to put on a frame.
That'd be awesome. Let's do it. We're back and we have everything we need to go from sewing to quilting on the Little Rebel. So let's show you what that looks like. But first, let's turn the power off so we are safe while doing it. You're gonna take your screwdriver and you're gonna unscrew your thumb screw that holds your presser foot in place. Once I've got the tension broke, I'm gonna just go ahead and unscrew that by hand to take this presser foot off.
Yeah, super simple, very easy. Again, it is something you don't necessarily need to use any additional tools for. And then when actually adding the other hopping foot on, it's gonna go in the exact same spot and the thumb screw sits in the same spot as well. Sometimes there can be some confusion with it, but very easy, same position.
Yeah, and then once all that's off, I'm ready to put my quilting needle plate on. And why this is so important is, one, there's a way to put it on properly. You'll see there's a ridge that comes up. You'll match it in with a divot that's on the front of your machine so you know you've got it the right way. And what's very cool about this is the machine's smart enough that when you turn it back on, it knows it's in quilting mode now. So we're gonna finish by putting the actual hopping foot on.
Yeah, so again, going back in that same spot, with it as well, we're gonna wanna make sure we actually drop our needle all the way down at the full bottom. So that's where if you need to mess with it a little bit, if you see it start to go back up, jot it back, because again, this is gonna help us set the height the height of our hopping foot. So again, make sure the needle is dropped all the way down. He does have the hopping foot height tool. It's a super thin metal plate, but it's gonna help give us those beautiful quilting stitches in the end.
And it's really as easy as that. It's very cool. We went a little slower because we're trying to describe it, but it's a really simple, easy, and honestly kind of fun to do to get ready to go into the next part of what my project might be.
Yes, next we're gonna go ahead and show you it quilting, but we're gonna show you how to put it on a frame as well, so how easy that is as well.
Before we swap over to frame quilting, I do want to highlight the stitch regulation that you'll use both sit-down quilting and on a frame.
Yeah, so we've turned the machine back on. One thing you will notice is a little bit different is we didn't talk about it too much before, but we're gonna highlight it now, is this little cue. So this is what helps kick on that stitch regulation. So you actually can turn it off and on. That's where this little button up here will highlight it when it's on. It'll go off when you're no longer in that stitch regulation mode. But with it, what allows you to do both push quilting, so that sit down quilting and on the frame, is actually the built-in optical encoder. Now this is wonderful because it helps with the stitch regulation. So in just about every other machine in the industry, there is a separate component for encoders that allow machines to be stitch regulated. Now it's not super hard, but there are still additional steps that come in when trying to use that and hook it up. And then the biggest thing with that is that you often actually have to be able to move it over to a frame to have some of that stitch regulation. So the fact that this is built in for you is wonderful, and again allows you to do both that push quilting and on the frame.
That's exactly right. And not only is it a little bit more cumbersome to put that on after the fact, it's also very expensive. It's typically about $1,000 plus to add stitch regulation to a machine if it doesn't already have it. So let's go ahead and do that transition we're wanting to do and show you it on a frame and what it comes with there. Now that we're back and our Little Rebel's on a frame, we want to showcase the stitch controller that this comes with so it can help you frame quilt and you don't need that foot pedal. So if you look right here, our stitch controller has a start-stop and a needle up, needle down. And what you're gonna see is, like the buttons we were talking about earlier, the stitch regulator kicks into place so it regulates your stitches. Really nice, really simple, really easy. You just put it on your handles, you can comfortably glide across everything that you need to while you're doing the quilting.
Yes, and a few key things we do want to point out is with this controller, like Justice said, it does come with it. When it does come with it, it actually will have printing on here to denote what one is your start stop and what one is the needle up, needle down for you. And then Justice did talk on it a little bit, but this actually just plugs in right where your foot pedal would. So there isn't any additional port or anything. Again, you're simply trading out your foot pedal, plugging this in so that it can be used easily on a frame. And then yeah, biggest thing is just make sure that that optical encoder is up underneath the fabric, because again, that's what that encoder is, and that's what knows how to regulate the speed of your machine. But super simple, that's it. Again, you can use the Little Rebel for push quilting, for simple sewing projects, and even on a frame for quilting.
That's awesome. It's really great to be able to show this off to everyone. And we'd hope if you have any questions, go ahead and call us, contact us anyway, and we're just excited to hear what your thoughts are on the Little Rebel.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Laurel.
And I'm Justice.
And we're the Daniels. Thank you.
Have a great one.
is Eileen.
Bonnie Rasmussen.
Probably around 2012 or 13, after my kids all left and I was not knowing what to do with my time, I saw one of those quilting classes in the school district thing, and so I just went one night a week and learned how to piece quilt, and it was kind of fun. I learned to love quilting just because I love puzzles, and it kind of reminded me of puzzles, piecing it together, and loved seeing the end result.
I don't do a lot of quilting, honestly. Mostly I do like clothing, or I do a lot of hats out of fleece because that's what I do for my business, so not too much quilting. I've done some quilts just as like gifts and things, and of course I use the Grace products to make those quilts. So
I took sewing in junior high, and then my mom always sewed. She sewed a lot of our clothes and Halloween costumes and a lot of things, so I sewed a little bit on and off in high school, but then I quit. And then after I got married, I bought my first sewing machine, and so then I took a class and did a little bit of sewing, and so not a lot. I don't sew clothes or anything like that, just projects. Sewing clothes was a frustration to me. I felt like I was unpicking more than sewing.
So when I started sewing, I was probably like 15, 16. I remember sewing a little bit here and there as a kid, like maybe 7 or 8, not super big projects, just little things. In high school, I started to do like costumes for cosplay. That's when I really got into it, when I started to do costumes, and then I started to do like the hats and things because I saw people wearing the fleece hats at the conventions I would go to, and then that kind of became my business.
I thought it was amazing that you can do both sewing and quilting with the same machine. And so I just think it's a good concept because I don't have a lot of room, and I think most people don't have a lot of room to have like 3 different kind of sewing machines. And so I think it's nice that you can just do it the same project from start to finish on that machine.
I was excited. I was like, yeah, I want to try that out, because if I can use that to do all my projects, whether it be quilting or just sewing, that'd be awesome, because that's what I like to do. I like to have one thing that can do multiple things.
On the Little Rebel, I started a Halloween quilt. And so, yeah, because I thought, oh, it's time for Halloween. So I started, and I got the whole top done with the Little Rebel.
I made some of my hats on it. I made like a stuffed bunny on it out of some quilt fabric. So just a bunch of different little projects. No full quilts, no.
I liked that it sewed fast and straight seams, and so I like that it has the inches right in front of on the plate, and so you don't need to have, because I used to have that cheat plate that I'd put over to the right, so I like that the inches are on there so you can follow right on there. And I also liked how fast and just straight, because I just like that because that's all you need in quilting is just the straight stitch.
I really like the thread guide. That was awesome, because I'm always forgetting how to thread something, even like on my own machines that I've had for years. It's like if it gets unthreaded, then I have to look back at the manual, but it's just all right there on the machine. So I really like that. I like that it's a big, hardy machine. It doesn't seem like it's gonna break if I sew on thicker fabrics, so yeah.
For anybody who loves to quilt. So any friends who are really into sewing and they want to have a machine that they could take from beginning to end. And so just, you know, I know a lot of people are like, oh, I would love to have a quilting machine, but I can't afford it. And like I said earlier, just that you can start to finish and just have one machine.
If you want something that's more like an industrial machine, but not, because it's like kind of an in-between, I think it'll be good for a lot of things. Because I can see how, even though I don't quilt as much, I will definitely be using it just for my things. So honestly, I think anyone could benefit.
I just think it'll be nice that people can have a machine and afford it, and to be able to get projects done that they want to get done without having to send it out to other people, because that's costly, is sending it out to get quilting done.
I just think since it can be for used for so many things, lots of versatility maybe. I just am really excited about it. I can see that it's gonna have like its potential. I don't know what like the updates are yet, but yeah, I could see its potential, and I'm really excited about it. So, and I'm excited to be part of it.
Hi everybody, thank you so much for joining us. My name is Allegra Erznoznik. I'm an account executive here at the Grace Company.
Hi, I'm Katherine Burrell. I'm also an account executive here at Grace Company.
And we're so excited to close out day 2 of Fall Festival with you guys. Oh my gosh. Thank you so much everyone for joining us. I have a couple questions for you. I want to know what segment all of you have enjoyed the most today. Do you have a favorite one, Kathy?
I do. They were all really, really good, but I really loved the Mermaid Tail because I have a new granddaughter and all I could think, oh, I need to make that for her.
My favorite was the patchwork coat. I love clothes in general. One of my goals when I start quilting is to be able to make quilted clothes. So watching that segment was amazing, and I just got excited the whole time seeing the end. Oh my gosh.
It was so beautiful. I loved how it turned out.
Quilted jacket, me too, Janice. That was also my favorite. The Little Rebel demo, all right.
Quilted jacket again.
Yes.
Karla's was very special. I teared up just listening to her and how much thought she put into her quilt and her memory quilts. She didn't just try to make a memory of it. She put thought into it, researched it, and oh, they were beautiful when they were finished.
Oh yeah, the bra quilt, I liked that one too. We actually got to see it in process and it was so fun.
Yeah.
Oh, I see a little mermaid costume.
Quilted coat again, that one is a favorite, it looks like.
Yes. Maddie's quilt, the quilted jacket. Yes, okay. I'm loving this, and I love that you guys are loving it as well. Was there a segment today that you were like, I have to try that out?
I really want to try the memory quilt.
Yes.
And of course the Mermaid Tail.
I'm going to say, I want to try that patchwork coat very badly. It will be happening one day.
Nice. I can't wait to see you totally rocking it.
Thank you.
Looks like Jeanette
Yes.
wants to do the memory quilts and the quilted jacket.
The quilted jacket, yes. They're all so fun. I think we had some amazing projects brought to us by our amazing education department, and watching them all put that together. Yes. And during the midday live, they mentioned that all of these projects were done on the Little Rebel. So that just shows you the wide variety of projects that the Little Rebel can let you do. It's very versatile.
I know, it's been fun watching the segments just because there's a lot of sewing done and you're seeing it done with the Little Rebel. Whereas before, a lot of quilting was done on our machine. This time we got quilting and sewing. So
exactly.
Yeah.
Super fun. Oh, I also like the memory quilt because I'm working on a t-shirt quilt. That's awesome, Diane. I have a lot of t-shirts and hoodies stuffed aside to make a memory quilt one day. The quilted jacket, yes. A lot of people are really loving that quilted jacket.
Yes. The bra quilt, that was so cute. Maddie's so cute. Turned out really fun. They would all be very doable. I got choked up during Karla's presentation too. It's true. I mean, she just put so much thought and love, and I could tell that both Will and Justice were just, it touched their hearts.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much for all of your responses. We love seeing what your favorite segments are, what things you're going to try at home. But now we're going to take a moment and we're going to look at our website and our fall festival deals.
All right, so look at these deals. Recertified machine blowout special. All of our recertified machines are on sale.
They are, yes. And now we're going to see the fall festival specific promotions.
Go.
All right. There we go. I was going to say that doesn't look like it. Here we go. All right, 30% off Quilters Creative Touch. 30% off is an absolutely amazing steal. This is the lowest you will ever see it throughout the entire year.
That is true. That is true.
Yes, and that includes the gold card as well. So not only can you get QCT 6, 6 Plus, or 6 Pro, the gold card is also on sale for 30% off.
Which is rare. I have been here almost a year, and this is the first time I've seen the gold card on sale. So keep that in mind if you've been wanting to add that gold card to your QCT.
All right, and then we have our Q-Zone frames. We have the Q-Zone hoop at $889 and the Q-Zone queen at $1,089.
All right, and here's our Evolutions frame. So we have the Evolution hoop frame. It's on sale for $2,199. And then that Quilters Evolution Elite rolling frame, $3,199.
And then our Cutie frame, which is $579. And 20% off Qnique rear handles. I've been talking to some of you customers and I know a lot of you have had your eyes out for these. So this is a great chance to grab them. 20% off on these rear handles. That includes the X handles and the X Elite rear handles as well.
Yes, and that's another thing I haven't seen on sale in the almost year I've been here. So
I've never seen rear handles on sale and I've been here 2 years. So this is a great opportunity.
We've got the 16X series. We've got our 16X manual machine on sale for $3,499. Our Qnique 16X is $4,499, and our 16X Elite $4,999.
I personally am a huge fan of the 16s. The 16X Elite is my absolute favorite. We have the 19X at $6,499, the Qnique 19X Elite at $7,699, and the 21X Elite at $8,499. And we have 20% off all of our True Cut products, not just the cutters, not just our rulers, everything in our True Cut line, 20% off, which is amazing. If any of you have seen me on live events before, you know that I am a huge fan of the circle cutter. So if anyone has been thinking about it, this is a great time to get it, and I promise you're going to love it. And then we have our Little Rebel bundle number 1 called Just a Little Rebellion. It's $2,499, and you get an exclusive limited edition comfort cutter that matches the color of the Little Rebel. That's just a fun little bundle I think is so fun. All right, and then you could also add QCT 6 to that same bundle. That would bring it up to $4,309. And then we have the second bundle called Shaking Up the System. This includes the Little Rebel, the limited edition navy blue comfort cutter. You're also going to get a merch bundle that comes with an HBQ tote bag, an HBQ sticker sheet. You're going to get 4 cones of thread that match the colors of the Little Rebels. You're going to get Snow White, Smoky Quartz, Midnight Blue, and Obsidian. And then you're going to get a little mug that says Change the World and has the Little Rebel logo on the other side, as well as our 9.5 square ruler and a package of True Grips. That is $2,750. And you can add QCT 6 to this bundle as well, and bringing up to $4,560.
All right, and then finally our Little Rebel bundle number 3. My favorite, the full-on anarchy. So it is going to include that Little Rebel, the merch bundle that Allegra just told you about with all of the things in it, and then also the Cutie Breeze frame, which is our new cutie.
I'm so excited for that frame to come out. And as always, you can add QCT 6 to this bundle as well, bringing it up to $4,999.
Yes.
So that's exciting.
Yes.
Amazing bundles and pricing for Fall Festival. Truly like out of this world.
Yes, such good deals. And as we've said, you may not see them again for another year.
Oh yeah, and just in time for the holiday season as well.
Yes, definitely.
Alrighty. So we want to talk about how to find resources and supporting dealers. So all of the specials that we just talked about that we've said several times over the course of Fall Festival, they're always available through all of our dealers.
So if you have a dealer in your area, please support the dealers. We encourage you to do so. Reach out to them and they'll be able to give you these same really great prices.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. Our dealers can be found on our dealer locator on our website. So super easy to track one down, has all of their contact information in there for you.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, looks like we're ready to head on to resources.
Okay, so for the social media resources?
Yeah, we'll go about those.
Okay.
We'll talk about those.
Okay, all right, so we have a bunch of ways that you can find us on social media. We've got Instagram, Grace Company Quilting, YouTube, The Grace Company, Facebook, Grace Company, there's a theme. TikTok, Grace Company. Twitter, Quilting Grace. Pinterest, Grace Company Quilting. And then Threads, the new one that older people like. I am not on yet, but Allegra probably is.
I'm not actually, Kathy. That might shock you.
Oh, well, Grace Company Quilting for Threads.
Great.
So all of those social media platforms have different things on them. So try to visit all of them. Our TikToks are really fun. It gives you a good laugh.
Oh yeah, they give me a good laugh.
Yeah.
All right. So we also want to warn everyone about scammers. Please, any emails that you're getting, anything like that, always make sure that it is coming directly from Grace Company. All of our emails will end with @graceframe.com, so always keep an eye out for that. If you're curious about something and you're not sure, you can always give us a call to verify, but just keep an eye out for scammers and keep yourself safe.
Yes, absolutely.
All right. We also want to remind you to leave a review. Reviews matter so much, not just for us, but for other people as well. Yeah. Your word can mean a lot for someone who's interested in buying maybe a machine or the Speed Control or the Sure Stitch Elite. If they see a review on there that someone says, I loved this, it was great, that's amazing. You're just helping spread something that you love to other people.
Absolutely, yes. And a good word goes a long way. Anytime I'm shopping anywhere, I'll check the reviews first to see if it's something I want to purchase. So definitely give us a good word when you love your product, as we know you do.
Yes, absolutely. And we also want to remind you about the charity that we have picked for Fall Festival. Loose Ends, an amazing charity who enlists people as crafters to help finish projects that either couldn't be finished because someone had passed away or maybe they're just unable to complete it. You can submit projects through there for people to complete for you, or you can also be one of their completers as well.
Yes, and where can we find the Loose Ends? I believe it was Loose Ends projects.org, looseensprojects.org. So if you're wanting to go ahead and help out or submit some quilt tops that you need quilted, go ahead and visit them.
Absolutely, and they also accept donations. So if you don't have a project to submit, or you're not necessarily someone who could finish a project for them, they also take donations.
Definitely, definitely.
Yes, yes. And now we're going to talk about Etched.
Oh, I love Etched. So Etched is such a great platform. It's where you can find all of our videos, all of our tutorials. They're no longer in a bunch of different places. Anytime I'm trying to help a customer, I'll go to Etched and try to find the information or a video for them. It's our platform. It's etchedtogether.com. Go ahead and visit that and type in if you have a question, and it'll take you to a spot that will hopefully help you find the answer.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. And if anyone has a question about how to watch Fall Festival in case you missed it, or you want to go back and watch a segment, try something out, all of these segments are going to be available on the event platform in the Watch Now tab, so that you can see and rewatch anything that you either have missed or just want to see again.
Yes, so if you want to start one of these projects that you've seen today or yesterday, go ahead and visit that, and you'll be able to watch it and start one of those projects of your own.
That's right. And if you haven't registered for Fall Festival yet, register, register, register. If you register, your name gets put into a list as part of our pre-registered giveaways. So if you register, you might win one of those.
You might, yes. A good prize.
Yes, and we've had some great prizes today, so register so we can get your name in that giveaway bucket.
Yes.
Okay.
All right.
I think it's time maybe for some bingo prizes.
Oh, is everyone ready?
I think we're ready. Okay.
All right.
The question that I have for you today, we have a theme for all of Fall Festival, but today is a special day.
It is.
And so we'll start with this question. If you need a hint, we'll help you out. But Kathy and I are dressed in specific colors. And why is that?
Yeah. Why are we dressed in this color today? Let's see. Oh, it might have been a hard question.
It might have been.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm seeing
Looks
some
like
answers
are coming in. Oh, this is exciting.
It is, yes.
All right. What do you think? Who's going to be our winner?
Who's it going to be? So we're going to roll for the prize.
All right, here we go. We've got...
Okay, we've got the blue one, and that is going to be...
the square ruler bundle.
Yay. And who is the winner of that one?
Amanda Williams Adams. Congratulations. This is such a great bundle. Has some really good rulers in it.
I love our True Cut rulers. They're the only ones I use now. If you don't have them already, you're going to love them.
Yes, you will.
Okay, let's roll for our second prize.
All right. We've got green. What is green, Allegra?
Let's do the triangle ruler bundle.
Ooh, that one is also
Sticking
a
with
really
the ruler
good
theme,
one.
you know.
All right.
And our triangle rulers are also just so cool, and they give you all those angles that you could possibly need.
Absolutely.
They're very wonderful.
Yes. Along with the True Grips pack. All right.
Hey, Jude. Congratulations.
Yeah, good job. Good answer.
Okay. Now let's roll for our third one.
Okay. And red.
And that is going to be the 45mm comfort cutter.
Oh, and that is my favorite of the sizes and the favorite of the True Cut products.
Me too.
I've gotten really, really good at using them. My best friend's a lefty, I'm a righty, so I found out how to switch it from left to right real easy, and it's so nice on our wrists because we're getting a little older, puts you in that right ergonomic position, so yeah, it's really good on your arms and back.
And do we have, there we go, Carol Kirby, congratulations. Yay. You are gonna love it. It's going to change your life.
Yes, absolutely, absolutely.
Yes. Well, we have some time left, so maybe let's take a break, transition into our HBQ story.
Okay.
And then seeing how much time we have left, maybe we can do another bingo giveaway.
Okay.
For all of you giveaway winners that just won, this is my email at the bottom of the screen, allegra@graceframe.com. Please email me your mailing information, what prize you won. We will have it documented, but makes it just so I have all your right information. And then just be patient. I'll get those out as soon as I can. It is Fall Festival, but don't worry. We'll get them out to you.
All right, so I have the HBQ story, and this story comes from Melanie from Potomac Falls, Virginia. She learned to quilt at an officers' wives event while we were stationed in Germany in 1990. It was just very basic information. At the time, I was using an old sewing machine my mother-in-law handed down to me. I also have my mother-in-law's machine that she handed down to me. Not long after that, my husband was deployed to the first Gulf War when I was 8 months pregnant with our first child, and I immersed myself in learning more about the quilting as a distraction from all of the stress. I can only imagine. Over the years, quilting has been the outlet I needed to bring me through some devastating personal events, to include the death of a child and some serious health challenges. I love choosing fabric and making quilts. I average 2 a month and always have the next 10 or so lined up. I've now reached the point where I want more control over the actual quilting, and I'm figuring out that journey. Quilting is absolutely my therapy, and I love to gift quilts and share the handmade joy. What a wonderful story.
Yeah, thank you so much for sharing that with us.
I love how quilts bring joy. I mean, no matter the color, the pattern, the theme that you choose, when you give it as a gift, it brings joy to the recipient for sure.
It sure does.
Yeah.
I loved giving gifts. I love receiving gifts. I'm a gift giver for sure.
Yes. Yes, same here, same here.
Absolutely. Well, we definitely have time for another giveaway.
Yay!
So let's do our bingo.
Okay.
And did you have a question, or do you want me to ask the question?
Go ahead and ask the question.
Okay, I'll ask the question. So Karla had a lovely segment this morning.
Yes.
And so my question is what was her segment on?
All right. Here we go. I'm gonna spin it to see what color we get.
Okay, we got white, which is the rectangle ruler bundle.
Oh, such a good bundle.
Lots of ruler bundles here.
Yes,
I'm excited.
There is. And who is going to be our winner? Kathy Belrose Ramey. Congratulations. It's meant to be. Memory quilt is the answer. Karla did 2 beautiful memory quilts for 2 of our coworkers.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. Let's roll the other one.
Okay.
Or the second one, I guess. Oh, the same one. Okay, also the rectangle ruler bundle. And who is our winner for this one? Raylene Wearsby?
Wearsby,
I'm
right.
gonna go with that. Congratulations. We've said it a million times with the ruler bundle. Amazing.
Yes, absolutely. And you all saw Maddie using the ruler when she was doing her quilting today with the ruler base on her machine, and how wonderful and straight it all turned out. The rulers are awesome.
Yes, and I actually use our rulers more than for just fabric.
Yes.
I do a lot of watercoloring. I like a lot of paper art, and those rulers are amazing for cutting paper down to where I need them to be.
Yes, definitely. They have the nice lip on them, which makes it so you don't cut over the ruler. It's such a nice feature. Definitely.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
All right, let's roll our third one for our platform winner.
Here we go.
Oh, it's a green one. This one is going to be the 4-pack of solid thread. I love our thread, Kathy.
So do I.
Yes, it is finesse thread. It is a 50 weight, 3-ply, 100% polyester. They're what's called mini cones.
Right.
So there's just enough on there, 1,500 yards to complete a quilt. That way you're not left over with too much thread. Maybe you're never going to use it again.
Exactly.
And the polyester helps keep down that lint, and it's also keeps the color a little bit better as well.
That is true. Yes, it is. I was able to use it when we had a little training yesterday with the Little Rebel, or a couple days ago, and it is so nice. Glides through the machines like so
butter.
Easy, like butter. Yes, so easy. Yes, it's such great thread.
All right, and the winner is Tina
Ziska.
We'll go with that. Congratulations, you're going to love the thread, and if you haven't used it already, I hope this will introduce you to a new brand of thread that you're going to fall in love with. Absolutely. That was all of our giveaways.
Yeah.
But we do have one more pre-registered giveaway.
Ooh.
And this is for a 16-pack of finesse thread.
Oh, wow. That's like a ton of colors.
It's a lot.
It's so many. Yes, it is.
And I love them.
Yes.
All right, there it is. So these are all the colors that you're going to get. You're going to get some solid, some variegated. And the winner is Corky Massey.
Congratulations. Yay, what a fun prize for you. That'll do 16 quilts.
That's right.
I bet you have them lined up, ready to go.
Absolutely. And again, for any giveaway winners, my email is allegra@graceframe.com. Please email me as soon as you hear that you are a winner. If it's not a pre-registered giveaway, I don't have your contact information, so you need to be the one to reach out to me if it was like a bingo game that we were doing.
Yes, that way she can get your prizes out. Busy time, like she said, during Fall Festival, so she wants to get those out real quick for you.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, and then I did see a comment earlier saying that I finished the bingo game, but it disappeared. So I think you're talking about the bingo game on the website platform.
Yes.
So once you finish the bingo game, it should allow you to spin a wheel to get a coupon code. But the bingo prizes that we do on live are different than the bingo on the platform.
Yes, 2 different games.
Yes.
Exactly.
All right, so here is what the bingo will look like up top. And that will help you find your bingo.
Get started.
It'll walk you through it. It'll have instructions. This is the platform, so that we just saw. That's the platform where the videos are going to go on after.
Yeah.
There's a link to Etched. There are a link to the Fall Festival promotions. So that is going to be kind of your home base for everything Fall Festival.
It's a good link to go to.
It is,
for all information you need about Grace products, definitely.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
All right, Kathy, we have about 5 minutes left.
Okay.
Do we want to do another giveaway?
I think we're gonna try to get a yellow ball. Let's spin it a little bit.
Maybe we'll just take these ones out of here.
Since the white one went flying last time.
The white one ran away from us.
I'm
Okay,
gonna
do you have a question?
Oh, okay, I do have a question. What is the theme of our Fall Festival 2023?
Yes, so the overall theme.
Main theme, yeah. Let's see who can get this. All right, and I'm gonna give it a good spin this time. Are we ready? Oh, we got a blue one. So, blue one, let's go ahead and do a 45mm straight cutter.
Yes, and you know what I love about our straight cutters? Is they are magnetic quick releases.
Yes,
so
absolutely.
Super easy to slide your blade on and off. And I know how we all feel about rotary blades. They're a little scary, they're sharp. All you have to do is hold the handle over it and it'll clip up to it because it's magnetic.
So nice to use. Who's gonna be our winner on this one? The answer, Quilting in Style. Congratulations, Laurette Crowell. Enjoy your 45mm straight cutter.
You're gonna love it.
Yes, you will, definitely.
Okay, let's do another roll for the second one.
We're going for yellow. Here we go. We have another blue one.
Which one do you want to?
Let's go with, we've done a couple square ruler bundles. Let's go with another 45mm straight cutter today.
Perfect, I love it. Okay, Kathy, we really got to get yellow this time.
Okay.
Because we haven't gotten it yet.
Jonelle Hinton, you're the winner.
Congratulations.
Congratulations. Okay, here we go for yellow. We're going to ignore that one. We got red.
Okay, and that is, we're gonna do the linear sharpener.
Okay, my favorite product. I love the linear sharpener.
I didn't know that.
Yes, I love when it's on my workspace. I don't have to worry about taking my blades out to sharpen them. I can just sharpen them as I go, turn it around, sharpen both sides, and then I'm back to working on my project. So I really love a linear sharpener.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
And that winner is Mandy.
Congratulations, Mandy.
You're going to love it. It's an amazing sharpening tool. Like Kathy said, you don't have to take your rotary blade off. You can leave it on your cutter and just sharpen it as you go.
Absolutely.
Okay. Sorry, they're whispering things to me and my ears are covered. Again, so don't forget to register. We talked about this a little bit earlier, but please, please, please register so you can be part of the people we pick that get randomly selected for the pre-registered giveaways. So register so that you can be one of those people who wins the pre-registered giveaways. Some of the ones we've seen today have been a light bar, a cutie breeze, a 16-pack of thread. They're really amazing prizes, but you won't get selected if you don't register.
True. Everyone go in and register, cross your fingers, hope that next week when we come back with you,
you'll be the big winner.
Yes, and they'll be seeing both of us next week
Yes,
as well,
they
right?
will. Yep, not
Perfect.
together. We'll be with other people, but
I'm
it
just so
has
happy.
been fun to be here with Allegra today.
It's been fun. I've never worked with Katherine on a live before, and she's the best.
Oh, thanks. I think you're the best as well.
Thanks, Kathy.
So we'll be back next week for the second half of our fall festival.
And we hope we see you there too.
We do, yes.
So don't forget, more segments, more tips and tricks, more giveaway prizes, more bingo prizes. So come back next week and enjoy all the fun we have for Fall Festival 2023.
We'll see you there.